Chapter 336. With a flicker of his body, Yi Chen appeared on the first floor from the third floor. Arrogant brat, accept your death. The moment Yi Chen landed, Rock Elder pulled out his thunderblade. Lightning filled the air, and electric snakes danced chaotically. A berserk arc-shaped blade, Qi, swept towards Yi Chen like a flood dragon out of the sea, sweeping everything in its path. Whoosh! Yi Chen was already prepared. His body erupted with cyan flames. He took a step forward, and the Star Scar sword was unsheathed. The sword light imprinted with the mountain, cleaving green lotus, carried a frightening sword intent as it rushed out with an even more berserk power. At this moment, even the air in the fortress was twisted. Kacha! Rock Elder was merely a slightly more powerful late astral reaching expert. He couldn't even compare to Corpse Man. Although Yi Chen hadn't used the minor blood demon body, separating great art, and had merely ignited his Jinyuan, it was enough. As matters stood, even Taoist Jin Huang wasn't worthy of him going all out. The flood dragon blade, Qi, slashed out by Rock Elder, seemed to have its head chopped off, dispersing upon contact. The remaining sword Qi fiercely attacked his protective Jinyuan. Rock Elder turned pale with fright. His left hand blocked the sword Qi. With a swishing sound, his palm was drenched in blood. The Jinyuan within his body was impacted by the sword Qi, flowing in reverse. He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was shot backward. One move, and Rock Elder was heavily injured. How is this possible? How could he have become so powerful? Taoist Jin Huang instantly appeared behind Rock Elder, wanting to catch him. However, in the next moment, his face turned red and white. The flying Rock Elder was no different from a speeding mountain. No matter how much Taoist Jin Huang mustered his Jinyuan, he couldn't forcibly catch him. He could only drift along with the flow, his feet rubbing against the metal floor as he slid backward. Taoist Jin Huang, from the day you came to the Sky Cloud sect, you were destined to die under my sword. Today, between you and me, only one can leave the fortress. Die! As soon as the word die came out, a sword light flickered in front of Yi Chen. Countless sword Qi pervaded the air, radiating toward Rock Elder and Taoist Jin Huang. Sixth Elder, save me. Looking at the densely packed sword Qi, the Rock Elder lost all of his courage. He said to Taoist Jin Huang in terror, right now, only Taoist Jin Huang could temporarily save his life. Old Yen, I will avenge you. An ice-cold expression flashed across Taoist Jin Huang's face as he firmly grabbed onto the Rock Elder's constantly struggling body. With so much sword Qi, even if he was wearing a mid-grade armor, he still didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He could only let the Rock Elder block in front of him and eliminate this calamity for him. Pu-piu, piu-piu. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of sword Qi piercing through flesh rang out continuously. Accompanying it was the sound of metal colliding. That was the sound of sword Qi cutting through the mid-grade armor on the Rock Elder's body. Other than his torso, Rock Elder's limbs and head were chopped into meat paste by the sword energy. Blood mist exploded and dyed the ground red. Bang! Throwing aside the Rock Elder, Taoist Jin Huang resentfully said, Yi Chen, you dared to kill my floating mountain sect's inner sect elder. Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? Nobody can save you. My floating mountain sect's sea of soul realm experts can flatten Sky Cloud sect with a single palm strike. Taoist Jin Huang, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape death today. If Floating Mountain sect dares to act blindly without thinking, I will destroy them in the future. How could Yi Chen let Taoist Jin Huang go? His Star Scar sword slashed out a sword light. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared in the vacuum. Unknowingly, a thick metal shield had appeared in Taoist Jin Huang's hand. Fine electric currents flickered on the shield, containing a powerful magnetic force. The sword light only left a shallow mark on its surface. Of course, the metal shield was fine, but didn't mean that Taoist Jin Huang was fine. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, clearly bearing a part of the impact. At this moment, face was no longer important. He hastily shouted, "Everyone, whoever helps me kill Yi Chen will be heavily rewarded by the Floating Mountain sect. Outer sect elder, inner sect elder, pellets, manuals, everything can be promised to you. If I, Taoist Jin Huang, deceive you, I will not have a good death." What? Taoist Jin Huang wants us to kill Yi Chen? Should we do it or not? Being an elder of Floating Mountain sect means an unimaginable amount of resources. At the very least, we can obtain some precious pellets or manuals. Fuck, let's do it. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong Yi Chen is, he will still die. It's like a meat pie falling from the sky. Hearing these words, many people were tempted. On the 2nd floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, dozens of Zhenyuan streams bombarded Yi Chen. Caught off guard, Yi Chen dodged 7 or 8 Zhenyuan streams, but the remaining ones bombarded his body. Fortunately, he was wearing the streamlight armor, and the strength of his protective Zhenyuan was no different from a late astral reaching expert's. Moreover, the 2nd floor was filled with mid-astral reaching experts, who couldn't tear apart his protective Zhenyuan. Even so, Yi Chen's expression was exceptionally gloomy. Filled with killing intent, he glanced in the direction of the incoming Zhenyuan streams, imprinting the latter's figure in his mind. "Brothers, let's go. If we kill Yi Chen, Floating Mountain sect will certainly reward us handsomely." Being stared at by Yi Chen, the leader of the group felt his hair stand on end. He was sure that once the latter had the time to attack, he would certainly be killed. In order to preserve his life, for the bounty of Floating Mountain sect, he could only incite the others to attack Yi Chen together. Only by killing him could he feel at ease. Fuck, who dares to attack? Who dares? Although we, Red North Duo, are not that strong, whoever dares to attack Yi Chen will not rest until one of us is dead. Right at this moment, the astral-reaching experts who had gone out to kill with Yi Chen a few days ago stood out one after another. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, which was the result of fighting for a long time. Some astral-reaching experts who were tempted but had yet to act retreated. The current situation was rather chaotic. Once a great battle broke out, not more than 10% of the people would be able to walk out alive. There was no need to wade in these muddy waters. Yi Chen gave them a deep glance, including Su Lan, who had struggled for a long time before standing out. He said in a loud voice, "Everyone's help. Yi Chen is eternally grateful. As long as I don't die in the future, don't hesitate to look for me if you need any help. I can guarantee that within 5 years, whatever Floating Mountain sect, nothing will enter my eyes. Yi Chen, we're not helping you for your return. Otherwise, how different would we be from these people? Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be repaid. You've saved us many times in the past few days, but you didn't take all of our harvest. I can guarantee that if we don't stand out and watch you being humiliated, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? What's the point of cultivation? We might as well go home and farm." "That's right. Yi Chen, don't worry. We'll take care of this." Taoist Jin Huang's lungs almost exploded from anger. Pointing at the astral-reaching experts, he said, "Each and every one of you will die. I, Taoist Jin Huang, swear that you will die miserably. You won't have the chance." Yi Chen roared, activating the minor blood demon body, separating great art. The cyan flame outside his body was dyed cyan red. The opponent had a shield that contained magnetic power. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time. Yi Chen didn't want to cause any problems, so he immediately burst out with all of his battle power. Green lotus accumulation. A fist-sized red lotus condensed in front of the Star Scar sword. Following Yi Chen's slash, the green lotus tore through the air and heavily collided with the metal shield like a thunderbolt. Creak! The metal shield slightly twisted and flew out of his hand. As for Taoist Jin Huang, the bones in his left arm were broken inch by inch. The fierce power transmitted from his arm to his body, causing him to spurt out a huge amount of blood. Die! Striking while the iron was hot, Yi Chun slashed out with his sword. All of a sudden, a cold blade qi shattered Yi Chen's sword qi. From the 4th floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, a middle-aged man with a cold expression jumped down. Enough! You've already killed one. There's no need to kill him as well. It's better to leave a way out. This middle-aged man's blade qi was swift and fierce, and his blade intent crisscrossed. He was a blade artist Yi Chin had never seen in his life. In terms of strength, he was not below the Sword Elder. Not good. It's one of the 7 great blade artists, Ice Blade. One of the Red North duo furrowed his brows. Ice Blade's cultivation base has reached late astral reaching realm, and his blade intent has also comprehended more than 90%. I'm afraid Yi Chin will be at a disadvantage against him. I don't understand why he would make a move. I've never seen him do this before. I heard that Ice Blade once received benefits from an inner sect elder of Floating Mountain Sect. There's such a thing. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Taoist Jin Huang spurted out a mouthful of turbid blood and said with great joy, Ice Blade, this kid is extremely arrogant. He killed my assistant, Elder Rock. I hope you can lend a hand. Bang! As he spoke, a golden light ball condensed on Taoist Jin Huang's fingertip and shot toward Yi Chun with a swish. The golden light ball exploded, and the aftermath caused Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan to distort. Dodging the center of the explosion, Yi Chun slashed at Taoist Jin Huang with all his strength. Pum! The sword qi shattered, and Ice Blade, holding his treasured blade, said indifferently, I told you it's better to leave a way out. You're so young, so why be so sinister? Ice Blade, no need to speak nonsense. Kill him. With Ice Blade here, Taoist Jin Huang could attack as he pleased. Golden light balls bombarded Yi Chin one after another. If not for the demon resistance for it being exceptionally hard, it would have long been overturned. His protective Zhen Yuan shattered, and Yi Chun was sent flying. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he said in a cold voice, You dare to stop me? If not for Ice Blade shattering his sword qi, Taoist Jin Huang wouldn't have been able to injure him. Taoist Jin Huang can't die. Ice Blade's expression was cold. Every time Yi Chin attacked, he would shatter his sword qi. As for Taoist Jin Huang's attacks, he didn't care at all. Haha, Yi Chin, it seems like this day next year will be your death anniversary. Taoist Jin Huang's left arm was completely shattered, and he waved his right arm repeatedly. Golden light balls shot out one after another, attacking toward Yi Chin. Blood explosion art. Although blood explosion art could only restrain blood demons, and was the technique blood demon used to subdue blood demons. Compared to the minor blood demon body separation art, the amplification of battle power was 10% higher, reaching 30%. This was the limit of Yi Chen's battle power. Activating blood explosion art, the green-red flame around Yi Chen's body became even brighter. A surging aura radiated out in all directions like a hurricane. Green lotus sky. As the sword was waved out, the air became like a lake, turning into a deathly stillness. It enveloped Taoist Jin Huang and Ice Blade, and patches of green lotuses spread out in the void. Chapter 337. Do you know the consequences of fighting with me? Ice Blade ignored Yi Chen's sword attack as he put his left hand behind his back and said word by word. Yi Chin said, If people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. Since you have messed with me, then I don't need to reason with you. Kill. Activating the Zhen Yuan on the sword, all the green lotuses in the air transformed into sword qi, shooting towards the Ice Blade and Taoist Jin Huang. How could Jin Huang block So many sword chi attacks. He hurried to pick up the metal shield on the ground and defended with all his strength. With only his right hand left, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as his body shook violently. Seal! The ice blade had attacked. His name was Hong Kong, and because he had trained the ice element Jin Yuan, his blade art poetic perspective was also of the ice element. Therefore, all the warriors in the world called him the Ice Blade. Right then, Hong Kong had thrown out his attack. The blade light was hazy, and the cold chi spread out in all directions, freezing Yi Chen's sword movement and poetic perspective. Cold light flash. Ice Blade changed his stance again, throwing out a blade attack towards Yi Chen. Kalala! The frozen air split open like a huge crack on a frozen lake. The sharp blade radiance swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Green lotus light. Pointing out his left hand towards Jin Huang, Yi Chen blocked it with his sword. Ah! Jin Huang screamed. His right arm was cut off at the shoulder, falling onto the ground along with his metal shield. Blood splashed everywhere. How many sword chi attacks can you block for him? Yi Chen backed out under the attack of the blade light. He was talking to Ice Blade. It turned out that he had shot out a beam of sword chi, intending to kill Jin Huang. Ice Blade had discovered his intention, so he formed a palm blade with his left hand and cut the sword chi in half. However, the green lotus sword chi inside Yi Chen's body could be both hard and soft. It could be as hard as a great sword and soft as a finger. Ice Blade's palm blade had only cut off part of the green lotus sword chi's power. The rest of the sword chi went around Jin Huang's shield and cut off his right arm. Ice Blade squinted his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "You will die after killing him. You can try." "Is that so? Let's see how you kill me." Yi Chen sneered. He opened his left hand, and 5 beams of blue lotus sword chi shot out from his fingers. These 5 beams of sword chi formed a straight line, moving as fast as lightning. Some of them were in the shape of a half moon, drawing a stunning arc in the air. Some of them were like thin strips of cloth, without any trace at all. Impudent! You will die today. Once the green lotus sword chi appeared, Ice Sky realized that he could not destroy all of them no matter what he did. At most, he could only destroy 4 of them. The remaining 2 could still kill Taoist Jin Huang. Even so, he still went up to block it. The great blade in his hand was swung out at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, spreading out layers of cold blade light. Chi! Chi! Ice Sky had overestimated himself and underestimated the unpredictable power of the green lotus sword chi. Out of the 5 green lotus sword chi, one of them had perfectly avoided the blade light and went through Jin Huang's head, leaving a finger-sized bloody hole. The other one had been scratched by the blade light, and its power had been greatly reduced. It then stabbed right into Jin Huang's chest. Bang! Jin Huang's chest exploded. His body was like a broken sack as he fell on the gate of the fortress, no longer breathing. After killing Jin Huang, Yi Chen felt like there was a small chain in his heart that had been broken. It was the inner demon that Jin Huang had brought to Yi Chen. Now that Jin Huang was dead, the inner demon had naturally disappeared and could no longer affect Yi Chen. Kill! Ice Sky's expression was very bad. Jin Huang's death was not that important, but being killed right in front of him was like a slap in his face. Without any nonsense, he held his blade with both of his hands, raised it high above his head and hacked down. Rumble! The air in the fortress was suddenly pushed out completely, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. In the next second, the blade light, which was as tall as the fortress and a couple of meters wide, hacked down heavily. Because of the limited space, the blade light first made contact with the inner structure of the fortress, bringing up a teeth-aching metal exploding sound. Only then did the blade light attack towards Yi Chen. Green Lotus Mountain. It was Yi Chen's first time facing a top astral reaching realm warrior, so he did not dare to be careless. His nerves were stretched tight, and the Zhen Yuan inside his body poured into the star scar sword like a tide. A sword light that was not any smaller than the blade light and had a huge green lotus engraved on it shot out like lightning. Go back to your room. The battle between the two was too loud. Seeing the power of the blade light and the sword light, the astral-reaching realm warriors with faster reactions hurriedly rushed back to their rooms and shut their doors. The others, with slower reactions, smiled bitterly and pushed their protective Zhen Yuan with all their strength. Dang! The blade light was like a blade used by a giant, while the sword light was like a sky-opening great sword. The two clashed together, and layer after layer of shockwaves spread out, filling up the entire fortress. Creak! At first, it was a slightly weaker astral-reaching realm warrior whose protective Zhen Yuan had been twisted. Then, a series of twisting noises were heard. Most of the warriors had pale faces, and their eardrums were ringing. Only a small number of late astral-reaching realm warriors were able to take on the shockwaves head-on. Before they could catch their breaths, an even more powerful shockwave exploded out. The only exit was the gate of the fortress. A couple of meters, thick light wave shot out. If the fortress was made of normal metal, it would have been shattered instantly. A lot of people puked out blood. No, let's use this chance to go back to our rooms. The battle between top astral-reaching realm warriors was extremely destructive. If they used all of their power, even early astral-reaching realm warriors might be shaken to death. Of course, attacking together would be a different story. Dozens of Zhen Yuan streams would be thrown out, and even a top astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. His feet rubbed on the ground as Yi Chen slid out dozens of meters. Ice Sky was a bit more powerful than Yi Chen. He backed out 7 or 8 steps, looking at Yi Chen coldly. I admit that your battling power is already close to the top astral-reaching realm warriors. But the gap is still the gap, and it will never be made up. Take one of my attacks. Cold Light Break. This time, Ice Sky's blade light was even brighter, containing the ice mentality that could freeze everything. At the astral-reaching realm, after digging out all of the potential of the martial arts, the only thing left would be the mentality. If the mentality was powerful enough, then the power of the martial arts would be endless. A cracking sound was heard as the inside of the fortress was covered in frost. The frost was getting thicker and thicker, turning the fortress into a world of ice. Sky-shattering clouds. An eye-piercing electric light exploded, and countless electric snakes shot out in all directions before exploding. Facing the ice mentality, Yi Chen used the thunder cloud mentality that he was best at. The thunder cloud mentality was based on the cloud mentality, and the thunder mentality was used as a supplement, so its form was based on the thunder mentality. The thunder and the ice clashed together, causing electricity and ice shards to shoot out continuously. Thunder mentality? No, there is another mentality inside. Ice Sky frowned as he pushed his body art, rushing toward Yi Chen. Ding, 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 dang. The two moved around, sword light and blade light flying everywhere. From time to time, they would fight from the first floor to the second floor, then from the second floor to the third and fourth floor. The whole fortress was filled with the two's figures. Ice World. Being in midair, Ice Sky waved down his blade. Within the ice mentality, there was the snow mentality. The temperature inside the fortress dropped to the extreme. Green Lotus accumulation. Break. The Green Lotus sword art contained the mentality of wood and the mentality of water. The Green Lotus accumulation was the second half of the 7th movement, which only contained the mentality of wood. However, the Green Lotus sword art was very special. It was obviously a mentality of gentleness, but when it was used, it had the characteristic of being indestructible. Crack! The Blue Lotus was frozen, but it soon broke through the icy light. The concept of wood was extremely tenacious. It could break through earth and ice. Only the concept of metal could restrain the concept of wood. However, because Cold Sky's Jinyuan was too vigorous, the Blue Lotus eventually lost its strength. Shoo! Shoo! Jumping back a couple of times, Yi-chan avoided Ice Sky's blade light. He looked down and saw that a large part of his chest was covered in frost. The good thing was that he was wearing the light armor. Otherwise, that blade attack would have frozen his chi and blood, which would greatly decrease his power. The top astral-reaching realm warriors are indeed not to be underestimated. I have to finish the battle quickly and beat them back. Burning my Jinyuan and using the blood explosion spell at the same time is too damaging for my body. Right then, Yi Chen's body was like a piece of porcelain, looking like it could shatter at any second. It was still because he had trained the pure jade body-boosting spell and had been trained by the Sky Demon Flower. His body was no weaker than the top astral-reaching realm warriors. Otherwise, he would not be able to last this long. This secret martial art of yours should be the minor blood demon body, separating great art of the blood demon master, right? Unfortunately, you do not have a blood demon doppelganger. Otherwise, I would not be able to do anything to you in a short period of time. Ice Sky was confident that he could beat Yi Chen or even kill him, but it would take a lot of attacks since the gap between the two was not that big. The blue and red flame was burning fiercely. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The Star Scar sword in his hand seemed to have become heavier as he lifted it up slowly. Green Lotus Sprout. Who? As he waved out his sword, the sword wind started to howl. The blue intent spread out, and the water-like sword light was extremely cold. Your most powerful ace attack? Then take my ice river pressure. Ice Sky yelled. He could tell that Yi Chen did not have the power to continue battling anymore. This attack would be able to beat him completely. After that, his life would be in his hands. Boom! The two's most powerful attacks clashed. The ice mentality and the wood mentality were fighting against each other. The blade light and the sword light clashed. However, what made Ice Sky feel bad was that Yi Chen's sword light had been weakened from its peak to its peak, and then to its peak again. It was like the little grasses that had withered in the winter, and then started to grow again in the spring. It was as if they had broken through the ice and sprouted. Yi Chen looked at Ice Sky coldly. This was the 8th movement of the Green Lotus Sword Art. As a top of the top rank Earth Realm Sword Art, the 8th movement's power was way more powerful than the 7th movement. The poetic perspective was even more incomparable. Up until now, he had only mastered 80% of its essence. Chapter 338. Crack! Yi Chen's sword light's power had been pushed to its limit, while Ice Sky's blade light started to dim down. Even though he was more powerful than Yi Chen, his protective Jinyuan layer had still been broken through. He puked out a mouthful of blood as his body was blown away. It's not over yet. Green Lotus Sky. The 8th movement of the Green Lotus Sword Art was the same as the 7th movement. It was also divided into the first half and the second half, which could be separated. Before, Yi Chen had only performed the first half, but now he had performed the second half. The power of the sword light expanded at a horrifying speed, heavily smashing towards Ice Blade, who was still flying backwards. This sword attack, I will remember it. Ice Blade was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices as a deep sword mark appeared on his chest. The next time we meet, it will be the time to kill you. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? You are nothing special. If it were not for the fact that his body was under too much pressure, Yi Chen would have attacked him even more fiercely. That dignified attitude of his made him feel disgusted. You. Very good. Ice Blade, will kill you for sure. Ice Blade's face turned green. This time he had not been able to save his people, and he had been defeated as well. The mental humiliation had even weakened his blade intent a bit. His body shot out of the ground like a hawk, flying out of an empty room and out of the fortress. After a couple of flashes, he disappeared without a trace, giving people a feeling of being able to come and go as he pleased. Who? Letting out a heavy breath, filled with the smell of blood, Yi Chun extinguished his jinyuan and released the blood explosion spell that had been burning his qi and blood. Without taking out the medicinal power, Yi Chun directly swallowed a small piece of blood sunflower petal, chewed it up and swallowed it down. Ice Blade has been defeated. Seeing that there was no more movement, most of the people walked out of the room, including the dozens of people who had attacked Yi Chun. With a glare, Yi Chun threw out 5 sword attacks towards them, crisscrossing them. Screams were heard. The dozens of people did not even have the chance to react before they were dismembered immediately. They asked for it. The situation was not clear yet, and they had already attacked. Waiting for the enemy to turn the tables, it would be strange if they were spared. Exactly. No matter how good the rewards from the floating Mount to Martial School are, you need to be alive to get them. Many people discussed in low voices. Yi Chun cupped his fists towards the Red North duo and the other astral-reaching experts. Everyone, words cannot express my gratitude. Let me recuperate first. Then we can all drink together. All right, we'll wait for you. The Crimson North duo laughed. In the cultivation room, filled with milky white light, Yi Chun was only wearing a pair of shorts as he sat cross-legged. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. This milky white light can not only speed up the training, but also has a great effect on the recovery of injuries. It seems that the Anti-Demon Fortress is a base that integrates defense, training, and healing, and its auxiliary function is very powerful. As his injuries were more or less healed, Yi Chun took out a sky demon flower petal from his storage ring. The petals seemed to be made of gold, yet not gold, like jade, yet not jade, and was extremely heavy. A palm-sized petal weighed 50 to 60 jin. Its surface was covered in deep and mysterious patterns, which seemed to contain the essence of martial arts. With a single glance, one could sink into it. Unfortunately, Yi Chun did not walk the demonic path, but the sword path. Otherwise, he would have been able to study it. After entering the astral-reaching realm, my body quality has improved by quite a bit, but it is still far from reaching the limit. Once I reach the limit, I will be one step closer to the astral-reaching paragon. Yi Chun was very clear that the Sea of Soul realm was not something that could be achieved just by saying. He only had a 50% chance of entering the Sea of Soul realm within 5 years. However, with his current speed of improvement, he would soon become a peak astral-reaching expert. And above the peak astral-reaching experts, there would certainly be extreme astral-reaching experts. The so-called extreme astral-reaching experts were those who had reached the limits of astral-reaching experts in all aspects. Moreover, ordinary people would never be able to reach this level. It was not that they were lacking in talent, but in resources. In order to become an extreme astral-reaching expert, the martial arts that one cultivated had to be at the top rank Earth realm, and they had to reach an extremely high realm. Secondly, they had to have mid-grade defensive artifacts and mid-grade offensive artifacts, and their mentalities had to reach an extreme. In addition, their cultivation base had to be at the peak of late astral-reaching realm. None of the 4 conditions could be missing. But, of course, there would not be that many people who could actually become extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. The last condition was still manageable, but the first 3 would be too difficult. How could normal astral-reaching realm warriors have top rank Earth realm martial arts? Only rank 6 martial institutions would have them. If others wanted to learn it secretly, it would be suicide. Since they could not learn it secretly, then they would have to find some amazing opportunities. In some ancient ruins, it was not impossible to find top rank Earth realm martial arts. Just like how Yi Chun had found the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell in the Goat Head Mountain, which allowed him to increase his separating shadow art to the top rank Earth realm. Then, he had found the top rank Earth realm Green Lotus sword spell in the Hidden Dragon secret realm. Since he could get it, then someone else would be able to get it as well. However, the chance was extremely low, and there would not be many people in the whole South Rudra region. Even having top-rank Earth, realm martial arts would not be enough. If one's talent and comprehension were too low, then it would be a waste of top-rank Earth, realm martial arts. There might be people who had trained top-rank Earth, realm martial arts, but it would not be as good as mid-rank Earth, realm martial arts. At least, with a lot of time, they would be able to train the mid-rank Earth, realm martial arts to the highest level. After satisfying the cultivation and martial arts, the great weapons would also be indispensable. Great weapons were just worldly possessions, and one could not doubt their usefulness. Having a handy great weapon was even more important than training a powerful martial art. This was also the reason why a lot of people would risk their lives to enter the blood demon battlefield to try their luck. Lastly, it would be the mentality. Mentality could be learned from martial arts, or it could be learned by oneself. Regardless of which one it was, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. One would need to understand the nature of nature. After reaching the astral reaching realm, under the same conditions, it would be the mentality that mattered. For example, this time, Yi Chun had relied on the mentality of the 8th movement of the Green Lotus Sword art to turn the tide and beat Ice Blade. In terms of real battling power, he was still slightly weaker than his opponent. Of course, if they were to fight again, Yi Chun did not think that he would be the opponent of Ice Blade. Before, the latter did not understand the power of the 8th movement and chose to fight with brute force. In fact, if he had avoided the attack first, then it would be Yi Chun who would have lost. Who would have known that Yi Chun's sword light could go from weak to strong? Under such circumstances, as long as one's power was not insanely powerful, one would lose. I won by luck, but the Ice Blade has already understood the mystery of the Green Lotus Sprout. In the next battle, I can't just rely on this movement. I have to increase my own cultivation. Currently, Yi Chun had almost reached the limit of his martial arts. He also had a mid-rank defensive weapon, and his mentality was close to the limit. Most importantly, he still had the immortal sword intent. In other words, as long as he reached the mid-astral reaching realm, Yi Chun would be one of the top astral reaching realm warriors. Once he reached the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm, he would be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. This was the advantage of being a sword artist, and his advantage was even bigger than normal sword artists. The Sea of Souls realm is still far away from me. Right now, I will focus on dominating the astral reaching realm. Yi Chun had a huge ambition. He wanted to become the most powerful astral reaching realm warrior, the most invincible one, just like how he had dominated the clasping Yuan realm before. But the difference was that back then there was still Sikong Shun chasing after him. This time he wanted to completely dominate the astral reaching realm and kill all of the astral reaching realm warriors within seconds. Otherwise, it would be a waste for him. Shoo! 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 After absorbing the heavenly demonic flower's medicinal power, Yi Chun's bones, flesh, blood, and qi and blood underwent a small strengthening. During the strengthening process, some stinky impurities were expelled. As soon as they came in contact with the milky white light, they were immediately annihilated, disappearing without a trace. 3 days later, on the metal floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, everyone had gathered together to barbecue and drink. Here, everyone give it out. Yi Chun took out a large amount of wine from his storage ring. These wine bottles were placed in a wooden chest, making a total of 12 chests. Haha, this is the Black Dragon Empire's top-notch wine. It's also good for cultivation. Many of them hadn't left the blood demon battlefield for a long time. Smelling the enticing wine fragrance, they couldn't wait to open the cork and gulp it down. Yi Chun laughed. I have a lot of wine here. Everyone, drink as much as you want. Red North Twin Warriors were a pair of sworn brothers. The two grabbed meat with one hand and drank with the other. Yi Chun, I didn't expect Ice Blade to be beaten away by you. He is one of the top 7 astral reaching realm blade artists, and the 7 blade artists are just as famous as the top 10 astral reaching realm sword artists. They are all top astral reaching realm warriors in the whole South Rudra region. Look, if he comes again, I won't be his opponent anymore. His injuries are not light. Even if he comes again, he won't be your opponent. Plus, if he comes again, he won't dare to be so arrogant. Ice Blade's actions that day were indeed not kind. Even if an inner master of the floating mountain martial school had an old relationship with him, he shouldn't have only targeted Yi Qin and let Taoist Jin Huang attack him as much as he wanted. Everyone had long since seen him as an eyesore. He looked cold, but did not have a noble heart. Let's not talk about him. Who wants to leave the blood demon battlefield? I will take him out. Before entering the blood demon battlefield, Yi Chen did not know that the minor blood demon body separating great art could suppress the blood demons and could ignite the blood demon Zhen Yuan inside their bodies. Without exaggeration, although Yi Chen was not a top astral reaching realm warrior, he could beat top high rank blood demons. Killing them would not be impossible. Take us out. A lot of people's eyes brightened. They had been trapped in the fortress for too long. Although they could trade for food every time, they could not eat and drink as much as they wanted. Plus, some of them had families, so they missed them very much. Su Lan said excitedly, Yi Qin, you can take us out. Yi Qin said, of course, but you have to come in batches. If you bring too many, I can't guarantee your safety. You all know how scary the blood demons are. No hurry. As long as we can get out, it doesn't matter if we stay a bit longer. This barbecue went on for a whole day. On the second day, Yi Chen led the first group of people and flew towards the nearest conveyor door. After killing a lot of blood demons and a powerful high-rank blood demon, the first group of people left smoothly. Then came the second group. The third group, after a week, all of the astral reaching realm warriors who wanted to leave had already left. The rest were either people who did not want to leave or people who had just gotten in. The news of me killing Jin Huang should have already spread out. I wonder what kind of astral reaching realm warriors the floating mountain martial school would send to deal with me. I have to reach the mid-astral reaching realm as soon as possible. Only then would I have the power to protect myself. Yi Qin did not dare to relax. There were a lot of astral reaching realm warriors in rank 6 martial schools, and there would be a lot of top astral reaching realm warriors as well. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, he might still be able to escape. But if there were more than 2, then it would be extremely dangerous. And this was without the possibility of an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. Otherwise, an extreme astral reaching realm warrior would be enough to kill him. Chapter 339. There were many artifacts in the blood demon battlefield. One could obtain at least 1 or 2 low-grade artifacts almost every day. After so many days, Yi Chen's storage ring had accumulated dozens of low-grade artifacts. There were blades, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, pikes, short pikes, and all sorts of artifacts. If sold, Yi Chen's low-grade spirit stones would increase by at least 600,000 to 700,000. In terms of earning spirit stones, even peak 7th grade sects couldn't compare to him. Of course, the stronger one was, the easier it was to earn spirit stones. In the blood demon battlefield, Yi Chen couldn't say that he could walk sideways, but he could walk straight without any problems. The others who followed Yi Chen all had their own harvests. Each of them had several low-grade artifacts, which was equivalent to their harvest in several months. More importantly, they used to earn spirit stones with their lives. But now, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, the chances of them dying were very small. However, the artifacts in the blood demon battlefield were not inexhaustible. After a period of time, low-grade artifacts had become rare. Only battle experience continued to increase. There are many low-grade artifacts, but only 3 mid-grade artifacts. The first 2 are the axe and the streamlight armor, and the last one is the purple gold mace. Seems like getting a mid-grade sword won't be that easy. In the room, Yi Chen put away the axe and the purple gold mace. then shook his head. With a mid-rank greatsword, Yi Chen's attacking power would be able to compete with top astral-reaching realm warriors. Even if the other top astral-reaching realm warriors also had mid-rank great weapons, at least he wouldn't have to worry about their weapons being damaged. For a sword artist, not having a sword was a very serious problem, and it was also something that Yi Chen had been worrying about. Forget it, let's go barbecue first. Opening the door, Yi Chen shockingly lived on the 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress. After defeating Iceblade, everyone believed that Yi Chen had the qualifications to live on the 4th floor. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't care about this. The 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress was empty. After Iceblade left, there was not a single person. Living here was no big deal. On the metal floor, Red North Duo and the others were already barbecuing. The aroma of meat and wine mixed together, pervading the entire Demon Resistance Fortress. Yi Chen, come quickly, the barbecue is done. Yi Chen walked down and smiled. Debay, you guys can really eat? Big North was the eldest of the Red North Duo, and the second was called Little North. Both of them had the word North in their names, and their hometown was also in the same place, Red Valley City, so they were called the Red North Duo by the martial artists in the pugilistic world. Big North was in his 40s this year and looked very sturdy. Before you came, we ate rice every day, and it was tasteless. I didn't expect you to have so many kinds of dried meat in your storage ring. Just in case. Yi Chen had 2 low-rank storage rings that were used to store all kinds of food, which were piled up to the brim. Picking up a piece of roasted meat and munching on it, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea. He asked, "You guys have been roaming around the Blood Demon battlefield for so long. Do you know any places with more prized artifacts? Mid-grade prized artifacts?" Crimson North Duo's complexion changed. Lil Bei solemnly said, "I know a place where there is a high chance of obtaining a suitable mid-grade treasure." "Oh, where is it?" Yi Chen's spirit was roused. That place is located at the center of the Blood Demon battlefield, as well as the center of the 3 demon-defying fortresses. It's called the Mass Burial Mound. Many astral-reaching experts have died there. As for why there are so many artifacts there, it's mainly because a super war happened there in the ancient era. Thousands of astral-reaching experts participated in the war. In the following years, many astral-reaching experts went there to search for treasures. Some of them were killed, but their artifacts were also left there. In this cycle, the number of artifacts inside has not decreased. Yi Chen understood Big North's meaning. The artifacts of the ancient era were certainly unusable in the present era. However, more and more people went there to search for treasures. Leaving their artifacts inside would only attract more people, just like a rolling snowball. Of course, the majority of artifacts were trash, and there was nothing that could be done about it. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Little North smiled bitterly. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that it's a dangerous place. If the Blood Demon battlefield is a place of death, then the danger of that place is several times higher. Moreover, I've never been there before, so I don't know the specifics. I was afraid that if I told you it would harm you." "Many thanks for telling me." Yi Chen smiled. He had never been afraid of danger, not to mention that this danger was within his tolerance range. Big North tore off a piece of meat and said vaguely, "You really want to go? That place is called the Mass Burial Mound, and it's not just for show." "I'll definitely go, but not now." Yi Chen had his own plans. Recently, the bottleneck of mid-astral reaching realm had loosened, and he planned to use this opportunity to break through. With a mid-astral reaching realm cultivation base, there would be very few things in the Blood Demon battlefield that could threaten him. There was no day or night in the Blood Demon battlefield. After eating the barbecue, Yi Chen looked at the unique scenery on the balcony, relaxing his mind. The Earth astral pill isn't that important in breaking through realms, but I still have to take it. Only by relying on the earth astral pill's medicinal power can I have a chance of breaking through to mid-astral reaching realm. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a bit longer. If Yi Chen's body was a bottle, then the green lotus genuine would be like the water in the bottle. Now that the water was full, it would be impossible to continue filling it. Only by making the bottle bigger could it hold more water. Yi Chen did the opposite and prepared to continue filling the bottle with water. Once the bottle became bigger, he would naturally break through to mid-astral reaching realm. Doing this would be very dangerous. His body might explode, and even if it didn't, it would leave behind serious injuries. Very few people would choose to use this method to speed up their breakthroughs. It was truly not worth it. My body strength has already reached the limits of astral reaching realm experts. There shouldn't be too much danger. I just don't know if I can succeed or not. Yi Chen dared to do this because he had his own confidence. First of all, the bottleneck had already loosened and was not unbreakable. Secondly, his body was very powerful and could endure the majority of the backlash. Failure wouldn't affect him much, but success would allow him to enter mid-astral reaching realm in advance. Let's begin. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen returned to the cultivation room. The milky white radiance had a calming effect. Yi Chen quickly calmed his mind. He took out an earth astral pill, glowing with starlight, and swallowed it without a second thought. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the earth astral pill came in contact with the green lotus genuine, it immediately dissolved, transforming into waves of tyrannical medicinal power that surged forth like a torrential river. Refine. The surging green lotus genuine wrapped around the earth astral pill's medicinal power, forcibly refining it. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen's body started to swell a bit. This feeling is like an inflated balloon. No wonder not many people dare to try. After refining the entire earth astral pill's medicinal power, the genuine in Yi Chen's body could no longer be described as surging. It was extremely berserk, sweeping out from time to time. At this moment, his powerful soul power played an absolute role, forcibly suppressing the green lotus genuine, not letting it run amok. Second earth astral pill. Taking out the second earth astral pill, Yi Chen swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Creak! Yi Chen's body started to swell a bit. Third. Fourth. The fourth earth astral pill was only half refined, and Yi Chen was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Astonishing Zhanyuan ripples filled the cultivation room, unable to be transmitted out. Ah, compress! The might of his soul power exploded to the limit. Blue veins popped out on Yi Chen's forehead as he commanded the green lotus genuine to compress and fuse. Pung! Suddenly, a small explosion occurred on Yi Chen's left side. It turned out to be a mass of berserk green lotus genuine leaking out and exploding. Fortunately, the milky white light could annihilate energy and impurities and had little effect on Yi Chen. Otherwise, even his own genuine would have been blasted away and suffered some shock. As if that mass of berserk green lotus genuine was superfluous, the following process went a lot smoother. At least, Yi Chen felt the pressure on his soul power lessen a bit. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. Buzz! The Zhanyuan ripples in the cultivation room were extremely powerful, giving rise to raging waves. This was still because of the isolation of the cultivation room. The milky white light suppressed the Zhanyuan ripples. Otherwise, everyone in the Demon Defiance Fortress would know that Yi Chen had broken through. Slowly opening his eyes, a tyrannical light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The light was like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. Opening his palm, Yi Chen forcefully clenched it. Dong! A muffled sound resounded in the air. Yi Chen's palm seemed to have exploded a small bomb. I've finally broken through to mid-astral reaching realm. The danger is a bit dangerous, but the harvest is frightening. I've saved at least a month or two. As far as Yi Chen was concerned, Time was life. There were more than one or two people who wanted him dead. Standing up, Yi Qin muttered to himself, "After entering astral reaching realm, I'm a peak astral reaching expert. No, I'm a bit more tyrannical than ordinary peak astral reaching experts. At the peak of early astral reaching realm, I could contend against Ice Blade. Now, my Zhen Yuan's quality and quantity have greatly increased, and my battle power has increased by more than 30%. Moreover, it's an all-round improvement. With the increase of realm, one's battle power could directly increase, but with the increase of attack power, the increase of battle power was limited. The two were completely different concepts. Pushing open the door of the cultivation room, Yi Qin walked out. Now it's time to go to the mass grave. I wonder how many powerful experts I'll run into." Descending the stairs, Red North Duo saw Yi Qin. Little North said in astonishment, "Yi Qin, you've broken through?" Yi Qin nodded. Gasp! The two sucked in a breath of cold air. Before breaking through, Yi Qin was already frightening enough. Now that he had broken through, wasn't he even more frightening? "Tell me the location of the mass grave." The blood demon battlefield was huge, and Yi Qin didn't know the specific location of the mass grave. All right. Knowing the location of the mass grave, Yi Qin urged his Zhen Yuan and flew into the distance, not concealing his aura in the slightest. Chapter 340. Mass Burial Mound. The most dangerous place in the blood demon battlefield was also the place with the most treasures. It was not that big, only a few thousand miles in radius. The terrain inside was strange, with bones everywhere. Because people had been trying to find treasures, they had opened up countless tunnels. These tunnels crisscrossed, running through the underground. It was hundreds of times more complicated than the most complicated maze. Although most of the astral-reaching realm warriors knew that there were a lot of treasures in the mass burial mound, and that there was a 50% chance of getting a mid-rank treasure, there were not many people who dared to go. It was simply too dangerous. If 4 or 5 people went, perhaps only one would make it back alive. It was a dangerous place with only 4 or 5 people going. Of course, the temptation of the treasures was too big. Some of the weaker astral-reaching realm warriors would try their luck there, but there were too few of them. Those who had the confidence to go to the mass burial mound were basically the more powerful late astral-reaching realm warriors. Besides them, the top astral-reaching realm warriors had chosen the mass burial mound as a must-go place. For them, the mass burial mound was only a small, dangerous place. As for extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, they were rarely seen in the whole South Rudra region. They did not lack mid-rank treasures, so naturally they would not go there. All in all, the mass burial mound was a place for the top astral-reaching realm warriors. Shoo! In the sky, a blue shadow streaked across at an extreme speed. From time to time, there would be blood light shooting up into the sky. However, without exception, they were all killed by the sword chi. When I was at peak level early astral reaching realm, I could already fight against Ice Sky. Now that I have reached the mid astral reaching realm, most of the top astral reaching realm warriors would not be my opponent. However, the situation in the mass burial mound is quite complicated. There might be a couple of top astral reaching realm warriors working together. I still have to be careful. In the battle for treasures, it would be fine if there were only 2 people. But once there were a lot of people, a couple of people against one would definitely happen. This was a blood-red world. The clouds in the sky were so red that they looked like they were about to drip blood. The ground was full of holes, and there were many broken stone tablets stuck in the ground. The smallest of them was 7 to 8 meters tall, while the tallest one was hundreds of meters tall. They were covered in bloodstains and filled with evil chi. Caw! Caw! A few crows flew past. Unlike ordinary crows, the crows here were blood crows, the same race as blood devils. They lived by devouring blood essence. Puchi! All of a sudden, A beam of blood-red light flashed across, and all the blood crows in the sky were swept away. Swoosh! The blood-red light returned to its original spot, condensing into a human shape. It was clearly a high-grade blood demon. Beside him there were two people. One was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. It was indeed the corpse man. The other was wearing a blood-red robe, and his blood-red pupils were like two blood diamonds shining with an evil light. Tang Shui, your blood demon doppelganger is getting more and more powerful. Its power should have reached the top-level blood demon level, right? The corpse man did not let out his gold shell corpse, so his tone was a bit flattering. The man in the blood-red robe glanced at the corpse man just a little bit more. The blood demon doppelganger's growth speed is 2 times slower than a free high-grade blood demon. The reason it could grow until now is because I often bring it to the blood demon battlefield to hunt. Oh, right, you are doing well in the Windy Nation. How come you have the time to come to the blood demon battlefield? This is not a place for you to rampage. The corpse man felt a bit embarrassed after being looked down upon. This man was none other than the infamous Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon's cultivation had reached the peak of late astral reaching realm a long time ago. Among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, he was one of the top warriors. He was more than twice as powerful as the corpse man. Something unexpected happened. Therefore, I wanted to get a mid-grade artifact from the blood demon battlefield. Although the golden skulls on his body were powerful, they were not artifacts. This time he wanted a mid-grade claw. If he had a mid-grade defensive artifact, then it would be even better. Just follow me. Among those people, any one of them could take your life. The blood demon licked his lips as he stared in front of him. A couple of people had appeared out of nowhere. On the dozens of meters tall steel, a skinny sword artist wearing a blood robe stood. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was strangely pale. His pitch-black pupils seemed to have the power to pierce through the surreal space, shining brightly and piercing. This is the blood sword artist. The corpse man was stared at by him, and his hair stood on end. The blood demon said, "This man is even crueler than us. His battling power is extremely powerful. He once killed 3 late astral-reaching realm warriors with 1 sword attack. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he will still be able to catch up." Indeed, although the corpse man looked like neither a human nor a ghost, he was also afraid. From the blood sword artist, he could feel a bloody, murderous sword intent. Subconsciously, he did not want to provoke this person, so he did not need the blood demon's reminder. Glancing over the blood sword artist, Master Blood Demon's vision landed on a tall and sturdy man, Ghost Bear, the leader of the bandits in the Star Lake Black Dragon Empire. He has a large group of astral-reaching realm warriors and a lot of underlings. He is also a top astral-reaching realm warrior himself. We can pull him into our ranks. It does not seem that easy. Our 9 ghost cult used to be unparalleled in the past, but now everyone wants to kill us. Not many people would dare to join us. Everything depends on effort. How would you know if you do not try? The day the leader returns will be the day the South Rudra region becomes the new leader. The blood demon's body emitted a soul-stirring, domineering aura. The corpse man was secretly shocked. The top astral-reaching realm warriors were not only the blood demon, but also the blood sword artist and the ghost bear. On the ground between the steels, there were many different sized tunnels. Right then, a large group of people rushed out. Among them, there were a couple of people with horrifying auras, which were comparable to the blood demon and the other 2. Boom! After a while, beams of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. These light beams appeared from the underground passageway, and they were shot out from the ground. Every 3 days, the blood devil baleful chi will erupt. Those who are infected by the blood devil baleful chi will fall into an illusion of slaughter, unable to extricate themselves. The blood devil baleful chi is no exception. Now that the blood devil baleful chi has appeared, we will be safe for the next 3 days. Waiting until the light beams disappeared, the blood demon's body flashed, flying into the nearest tunnel. The corpse man and the blood demon doppelganger followed closely behind. Go in. The blood sword artist and the ghost bear jumped in. As for the people who had just come out, some of them went back to the demon defiance fort, while others rested for a bit before continuing to enter the tunnel. Soon, there was no one above the burial mound. Shoo! Landing on the 7 meters tall steel, Yi Chun frowned slightly. Just as the Red North duo had said, there were countless tunnels in this place. People who came here for the first time would definitely be hesitant, since the underground was not like the surface. Hee, I did not expect to meet a newbie here. All of a sudden, a rock behind Yi Chen vibrated, turning into a human shape. It was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was good at disguising. Without thinking, he threw a deadly attack toward Yi Chen. Didn't anyone tell you that the people who come here are not normal people? Turning around, Yi Chen pointed out his finger. Shoo! The cloth-like green lotus sword chi pierced through the warrior's head, causing a blood mist to burst out. How is this possible? You are obviously a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. He still could not understand how Yi Chen's battling power could be this powerful. His right hand made a grabbing gesture, and the warrior's storage ring landed in his hand. Without looking at it, Yi Chen flashed his body and disappeared into the tunnel 10 meters away. Powerful! Fortunately, I was far away and could not assassinate him in time. Otherwise, I would be the one dead. On a slope far away, the soil split open, and a human figure rose up. He looked at the place where Yi Chen had disappeared and thought to himself that he was lucky. Yi Chen's cultivation base and battling power were not comparable, which made him easy to be overlooked. And the consequence of being overlooked would be his life. Traveling through the pitch-black tunnel, Yi Chen could already hear the sounds of fighting. After a few blinks of an eye, a scream was heard, and the underground returned to silence. Every step in this place is dangerous. Not only do I have to guard against the sneak attacks from the top astral-reaching realm warriors, I have to guard against the blood demons as well. They are the true masters of this place. Wearing the Star Scar sword on his waist, Yi Chen released his soul power. Everything within 500 meters was under his control. Once there was a slight movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Woo, woo, woo! A ghostly wail and wolf howl was heard as a few bloodlights converged from 500 meters away. High-rank blood demons, a bit strange. Blood demons were good at sneak attacks, and there were very few examples of them attacking humans head-on. These high-rank blood demons seemed to be afraid of not being noticed, so they did not hide their aura at all, and even let out a mournful roar. Yi Chen's goal this time was to find a mid-rank great sword. He did not want to be entangled with the blood demons, so he flew down the tunnel. Shoo! Sword light flashed. The high-rank blood demons blocking his way were sliced into dozens of pieces. Gradually, Yi Chen arrived at a depth of 1,000 meters. Before he could do anything, an intense battle came from above. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Mud and rocks flowed down, flooding the tunnels one after another. Bang! A huge chunk of mud was thrown at Yi Chen. Break! The sword light flashed, and the mud chunk was cut in half. There are treasures inside. Once the mud chunk was separated, countless rays of light could be seen, as if it was embedded with hundreds of bright gems. There are a few mid-rank treasures. Easily distinguishing the aura of the mid-rank treasures, Yi Chen reached out his hand to suck. Courting death. How dare you steal our things? 2 human figures shot down from above, each throwing an ace attack at Yi Qin. The destructive shockwave collapsed countless tunnels. Using the separating shadow flying art, Yi Chen dodged as he raised his head. The first one that entered his eyes was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man, carrying a frightening evil aura. The other one was a short old man with wrinkled skin, looking like dried tree bark. Not bad, but your luck is bad. The old man stared at Yi Chen with evil intentions. He and Ghost Bear had fought over the mud chunk containing many treasures. He did not expect that Yi Chen would appear down there. Unfortunately, he and Ghost Bear were both top astral-reaching experts. Killing Yi Chen would only take a few moves. Chapter 341. Perhaps you too are just unlucky. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Hee, are the young generation all this arrogant nowadays? Ghost Bear turned his head and glanced at the elder. Old Zhu, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Old Zhu laughed. Ghost Bear, you and I will take care of him first. Then we'll decide who these weapons belong to. What do you think? That would be for the best. These weapons won't be able to run away anyway. Ghost Bear smiled coldly as the huge axe in his hand ignited with a raging flame. This was a fire attribute mid-grade weapon. Under the activation of Zhenyuan, waves of powerful pressure spread out. Die. Taking a step forward, Ghost Bear fiercely chopped at Yi Chen with the axe in his hand. The berserk power suddenly sucked out the air in front of him. Chin. Yi Chen's sword left its scabbard. The sword light flashed, shaking the void. How did Ghost Bear get here? How did he get back? His hand felt numb. You pushed me back? Ghost Bear was surprised. Although he had only used 80% of his battle power, Yi Chen was only a mid-astral reaching expert. He could kill one with one axe. Kid, interesting. Take my axe-cleaving river. The axe was thrown out, and the air was like a raging river, splitting in two as a huge axe light smashed over. Comparing battle power, you are only at the same level as Ice Blade. Piss off. Holding the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen counterattacked with an even more ferocious manner. The sword light, imprinted with sky-opening green lotus, shattered the axe light and landed heavily on Ghost Bear's protective Zhenyuan. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Ghost Bear was blown back in shock. This kid is troublesome. Old Zhu, let's kill him together. Ghost Bear was truly shocked. As a peak astral-reaching expert, the number of people who could defeat him could be counted on one's fingers. He had never thought that he would lose to Yi Chen. It was simply unimaginable. Old Zhu was also shocked. If he had treated Yi Chen as a sheep before, then right now, the latter had already risen to the level of a wolf. Shattering heart-lung claw, Old Zhu walked the Devil Dao. His body shook, and black Zhenyuan surged like a giant black snake. He raised his gloved right hand, and 3 black claw lights tore through the air, attacking Yi Chen's vital points. Green Lotus Chi. With a slash of his sword, a huge illusory green lotus appeared in front of him. The green lotus expanded rapidly, and hundreds of sword chi shot out, annihilating Old Zhu's claw light and enveloping the two of them. Ding ding dang dang. There are too many sword chis. Elder Zhu couldn't be bothered to attack Yi Chen. His hands danced around, forming a claw net in front of him. Phantom Bear took advantage of the fact that his axe was big enough. He slammed it against the ground and used the wide body of the axe to block the sword chi that shot at him. Brat, I admit that I have underestimated you, but now you will die without a doubt. Burn for me. It was impossible for Old Zhu to give up on so many artifacts. The black Zhenyuan in his body rubbed against each other, giving birth to a surging black flame. Amidst the flame, he pounced at Yi Chen, drawing out a black arc in the air that looked both real and fake. Old Zhu has even used the Black Devil Phantom art. Entangling that brat should be no problem. I will give him a fatal blow. Phantom Bear also chose to burn his Zhenyuan. Then, using some unknown secret art, his arms swelled up and became as thick as buckets. Even his clothes were torn apart. Black devil suppression. Old Zhu's short body miraculously extended to the length of a normal human. His hands were like ropes, twisting and pulling around Yi Chen. After a few blinks of an eye, black Shenyuan chains appeared around Yi Chen. These chains were as thick as arms, locking Yi Chen in the center. Then, above Yi Chen, at the end of the chains, a black Shenyuan stone platform pressed down. What a profound Jin Yuan materialization. It seems to contain two different mentalities. One is the metal mentality, and the other is the earth mentality. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. This old Zhu was extremely ugly, but he was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, everything was meaningless. Break, break, break. The green lotus Zhan Yuan burned as Yi Chen uttered the word break 3 times in a row. Once the last word was uttered, the Zhan Yuan chains around him shattered inch by inch, and the stone platform above him was covered in cracks before exploding. How is this possible? What kind of fast sword speed is this? Old Zhu hurriedly retreated. With his eyesight pushed to its limit, he could barely see Yi Chen's 49 sword strikes. Each strike landed on the weakest part of the Zhan Yuan chains and the stone platform. That kind of extreme speed made him tremble. Die! At this moment, Ghost Bear rushed up. Taking advantage of the moment when Yi Chen shattered the Zhan Yuan chains and the stone platform, his bucket-thick arms held a huge axe and chopped down. This axe strike contained the fire mentality that could incinerate all living things. The fierce heat wave burned the collapsed passage red. Sure enough, these peak astral reaching experts have all researched their mentalities to their limits. If I want to maintain the superiority of their mentalities, I'll have to make even greater breakthroughs. Facing the bright red axe light, Yi Chen still had time to think. All along, he had a lot of advantages, such as sword intent and mentalities. However, after entering the astral reaching realm, all he had encountered were powerful astral reaching experts. The advantage of mentalities was negligible, and only his sword intent was his greatest reliance. Slow. Activating the never-before-used slow sword mentality, Yi Chen stabbed out. The air became motionless, and Ghost Bear's axe light seemed to have slowed down a lot, moving towards Yi Chen bit by bit. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's sword light was like a spark, dazzling to the extreme. Rumble. The passage behind Yi Chen shattered and melted, and a light sword scar appeared on Ghost Bear's right arm. What? He dodged my killing move? Ghost Bear seemed to have sensed something and was astonished. Entering the astral reaching realm, mentalities were quite important. Most people studied the mentalities of nature, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. Although the illusory mentalities could be comprehended, they were extremely difficult. Among them were fast mentalities and slow mentalities. Just now, Yi Chen had clearly used slow mentalities, which had caused his thoughts to pause for a brief moment. This kid is a freak. He even comprehended slow mentalities. Ghost Bear and old Zhu exchanged a glance. Quick! Changing from slow sword mentalities to fast sword mentalities, the flow of air accelerated. With a slight breeze, countless sword lights shot out at an extreme speed. The fast and slow transition was too quick, and the two's thoughts almost couldn't keep up. They were forced to defend passively. In these 2 years, I've never given up on comprehending fast and slow mentalities. In fact, slow and slow mentalities exist in the majority of mentalities. For example, thunder mentalities are both fast and slow. Once separated, it becomes fast and slow mentalities, which makes my comprehension even smoother. Sword lights fell like rain as Yi Chen shot out along with numerous sword lights, his frightening speed like a beam of light. Rip. Old Zhu and Ghost Bear were both injured. Chapter 342. Old Zhu, we can't beat him, but it's impossible for us to give up on so many artifacts. Let's join hands and take some of them, then retreat. Ghost Bear had to admit that Yi Chen's strength was above his and Old Zhu's. If Yi Chen were to be ranked among the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, he would be at least number 3. The thought of retreating appeared in his mind. All right. Old Zhu was a peak astral-reaching expert, after all. Although Yi Chen was powerful, it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill them. He and Ghost Bear had only suffered some light injuries. The two didn't cultivate the same type of Zhenyuan, but at this moment, the powerful Zhenyuan flow still forced Yi Chen to retreat. Rise! Zhenyuan turned into a huge hand, and the two each grabbed a piece of broken mud, which was about 20% of the total amount. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the mid-grade artifacts in the mud. He yelled, "Stay!" The sword light slashed through, and small pieces of mud fell down along with 4 or 5 fingers of Zhenyuan. Damn! Let's go! With their harvest reduced by half, Ghost Bear and Old Zhu were furious, but what could they do? Yi Chen's strength was right there, and he also knew the fast and slow mentality. It was not very realistic for them to join hands. If they continued to fight, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. Shwa! Shwa! A shadow flashed through, and the two escaped. They are weaker than me. 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, I would not be afraid. But it would be hard to kill them. Top astral-reaching realm warriors are not that easy to kill. Even if I performed the 8th movement of the green lotus sword art, the green lotus sprouting, it would only wound them a bit more, which would expose my ace card for no reason. Yi Chen did not chase after them, since it was more important to check the remaining 80% of the weapons first. Wrapping the mud with Zhenyuan, Yi Chen exerted his strength. With a crashing sound, the mud shattered and all sorts of artifacts fell onto the ground, forming a pile. No need to look at the low-grade artifacts. Put them away first. Yi Chen was concerned about the mid-grade artifacts. Low-grade artifacts were no different from low-grade spirit stones to him, and were considered his personal wealth. After putting away the low-grade artifacts, all that remained were mid-grade artifacts. There were 7 of them in total. A mid-grade treasure sword. Yi Chen immediately saw the black, sheathless heavy sword among the 7 mid-grade treasured weapons. But in the next moment, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The black heavy sword fell into his hands, and as soon as he poured his true essence into it, the heavy sword collapsed into a brilliant light. Too much time has passed. Even the middle-grade swords have decayed. Yi Chen was very regretful. Aside from the black heavy sword, there were 4 other mid-grade artifacts that had decayed. Counting all of them, there were only 2 mid-grade artifacts that could actually be used. If nothing unexpected happened, then the low-grade artifacts would have decayed even more. After all, in terms of durability, low-grade artifacts were much worse than mid-grade artifacts. The 2 usable mid-grade artifacts were the golden gauntlets and the eyebrows iron staff. The golden gauntlets were perfect for Su Jing, so Yi Chen planned to leave them for her. Once she reached the astral reaching realm, she would not need to look for a suitable mid-grade artifact anymore. After checking everything, Yi Chen let out a breath. There were still too few sword artists on this true spirit continent, and mid-grade great swords were relatively rare as well. Among the top 6 rank 6 martial institutions, only the Fire Spirit Palace seemed to have a weapon master who knew how to make great artifacts. He had never heard of any master from the Fire Spirit Palace having a mid-grade great artifact, and even a lot of the inner masters did not have one. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be to make one. Most of the time it could only be provided for a small number of people. With a mid-grade great sword, I would have a higher chance of killing a top astral-reaching realm warrior. It would be a necessity for me right now. A thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen flew deeper into the ground. Damn! All of them are useless. Only one low-grade artifact is still intact. Somewhere in the complicated tunnel, Ghost Bear cursed. Old Jew's expression was also not that good. This time, not only did he not get any mid-grade artifacts, even the low-grade ones that he got were basically useless. Ghost Bear, I have to admit that we have been messed up this time. I wonder where that brat came from. Old Jew said with a low voice. Putting away the only intact low-grade artifact, Ghost Bear said with hatred, "No matter who he is, he has messed with me. I will make him die sooner or later. Die without a body. You," Old Jew said with a sarcastic tone. Ghost Bear stared at him. "What? You dare to look down on me?" Don't forget that he is only around 20 years old. If I have guessed it right, this brat should be Yi Qin, who was famous in the hidden Dragon Ancient City 2 years ago. Among all the contestants, only that Yi Qin has the same age as this brat. We all know Sheng, and he is even older. Besides him, there are not many young warriors who could make it. Yi Qin, the Yi Qin who was able to fight against early astral reaching realm warriors when he was only at late clasping Yuan realm? Ghost Bear was a bit surprised. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors that went to the hidden Dragon Ancient City. But compared to all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the whole South Ruder region, it was not even 1/10 of them. Therefore, there were a lot of people who did not know about Yi Qin. Most of them had only heard of his name. Right then, hearing Old Zhu, Ghost Bear also thought that this person must be Yi Qin, the martial genius who had made all the other martial geniuses in the whole South Ruder region pale. Think about it, he is only at mid-astral reaching realm, and he already has the power to beat us. If he continues to improve, then even extreme astral reaching realm warriors might not be able to beat him. Ghost Bear controlled his anger. Old Jew, what do you think we should do? We can't just take a loss and pretend that nothing happened. I, Ghost Bear, am not that stupid. No need to rush. Even if we rush, it will not help. The most important thing right now is to increase our power. Once we have a good mid-rank artifact, we can discuss how to deal with him. Ghost Bear lacked a mid-rank defensive artifact, while Old Jew did not even have one. But he had reached the peak level late astral reaching realm longer than Ghost Bear, so his Gen Yuan was more abundant. His achievement in the poetic perspective was also higher than Ghost Bear's. Therefore, judging on overall power, the two were almost the same. Wow, you two must be escaping from a disaster, right? Look so messed up. A sword light flashed past from the top of the tunnel as a human figure flew down. Blood sword. Old Zhu's pupils shrank. Even top astral reaching realm warriors had different levels. For example, Yi Chan was one of the more powerful top astral reaching realm warriors, and this blood sword was also one of them. Blood, sword glanced at Ghost Bear and Old Zhu, feeling a bit surprised. The two had blood stains on them, and their clothes were torn. They must have been through a huge battle, but it seemed like the battle was not between the two of them. Otherwise, they would not need to stand together and talk. Who had wounded them? The strength of these two people was only slightly inferior to his. Blood sword, you have both a mid-rank defensive artifact and a mid-rank attacking artifact. It seems like there is no need for you to come here, right? Ghost Bear looked at Blood, sword with fear. Blood, sword chuckled. I have nothing better to do, so I came here to kill some people. You too, please be careful. If I run into you alone, I might kill you. Hunting top astral reaching realm warriors must be interesting. Huh. Although you are more powerful than us, it is impossible for you to kill us. Plus, there is still Master Blood Demon in the grave. I don't think I need to explain his power, right? It would be extremely difficult for top astral reaching realm warriors to kill warriors at the same level. It was an undeniable fact. Therefore, top astral reaching realm warriors all had a certain pride. They would not give in to anyone, and it would be impossible for them to be afraid of anyone. My sword art has improved recently, and I am looking for someone to test it on. I will fight with Master Blood Demon sooner or later. You too, goodbye. A blood shadow flashed, and blood, sword disappeared from their sight. Let's go as well. The two did not say anything about separating. For them, working together would be better than fighting alone. One was Yi Qin, one was Blood Sword, and the other was Master Blood Demon. All of them were powerful figures. There were countless underground passages in the mass grave, and it was 100 times more complicated than an ant's nest. Because it was too complicated, there would be human warriors who would choose to open up new passages at any time, making the underground environment even more complicated and confusing. It was impossible to tell which passage was which. Boom! An explosion sound was heard from deep underground. There is fighting sound and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact. It is so powerful. What kind of mid-rank artifact is this? Yi Qin was shocked. He took out his long sword and cut open the ground under his feet. He then activated his protective Zhenyuan and rushed down. 2,000 meters underground. 5 to 6 people were battling. Bastard, we found this sword first. Piss off. Who do you think you are? Treasures belong to the right people. You guys do not deserve it. You are looking for death. Kill. I am afraid of you. Kill them. All of the people battling were late astral, reaching realm warriors. There were only 2 of them, but there was a top astral reaching realm warrior among them. He was fighting against 3 of them, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Swoosh! The tunnel above them cracked open, and a blue shadow fell down. It was indeed Yi Qin. His eyes scanned through the 2 battling parties and landed on a blood-red rock. There was a sword hilt on the surface of the rock, and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact was coming from it. The chi vibration is 3 times more powerful than a normal mid-rank artifact. It must be a top-rank artifact. No, it is said that top-rank artifacts will have a strange phenomenon. Although the chi vibration of this sword is powerful, it does not have any strange phenomenon. It should be a special mid-rank greatsword. Yi Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Crack! The tunnel nearby shattered all of a sudden, and a man in black robes with a ghost face mask walked out. Behind him were the man in blood robes and a top-rank blood demon. It's you. The man in black robes immediately noticed Yi Chen and said hatefully. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Ghost corpse man, long time no see. This time no one can save you. What a big tone. You even dare to speak arrogantly in front of me, Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon had guessed Yi Chen's identity. His face was full of disdain as he caressed the storage ring on his right hand with his left hand, as if Yi Chen was already his prey. So you are Master Blood Demon. I have long wanted to meet you. Also, many thanks for your minor blood demon body, separating great art. It has helped me a lot. Chapter 343. Master Blood Demon froze, then turned his head and asked Corpse Man, Corpse Man, what's going on? What does my minor blood demon body, separating great technique, have to do with him? Good kid, you're indeed not afraid of death. Corpse Man was inwardly startled by Yi Chen's courage and replied, You still don't know. He cultivates the minor blood demon body, separating great technique you created. If not for this secret skill, he would have died in my hands long ago. You lost in his hands? Master Blood Demon finally understood what was going on. No wonder Corpse Man didn't stay in Windy Nation and ran to the Blood Demon battlefield. It turned out that he was beaten out by someone else. As for the minor blood demon body separating great technique, he had once taught it to a few of his subordinates. 2 of them had been killed, so Yi Chen must have obtained it from them. Or perhaps they were killed by someone else, and Yi Chen killed that person. Narrowing his eyes, Master Blood Demon's tone was indifferent. Kid, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to capture you and feed you to my blood demon doppelganger? You don't seem to have the qualifications. At this moment, Yi Chen could be considered as a tycoon among astral-reaching experts. In the past, Corpse Man and Master Blood Demon were legends to him. He could still clearly remember that moment of horror when he saw the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin. But now, even Corpse Man had been defeated by him. If one were to talk about legends, then he himself was a legend. Haha, I don't have the qualifications. Master Blood Demon seemed to have heard something funny and started to laugh in a strange manner. Who was he? He was the peak battle strength of the 108 ghost generals of the 9 ghost cult. He had once participated in the extermination of a 6th grade sect, slaughtering a large number of 6th grade sect elders. In terms of battle strength, under Sea of Soul Realm, those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. There was a period of time when his name could stop a child from crying. It was a synonym for terror. Who would have thought that the current young generation wouldn't take him seriously? How could he not laugh? However, the killing intent in his laughter made Corpse Man's pupils shrink. He actually dared to anger Master Blood Demon. This kid really doesn't know how the word death is written. In terms of terror, Master Blood Demon is one of the few ghost generals. As one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, the Corpse Man was very clear about the characteristics of the other ghost warriors. Excluding the top 3 super horrifying ghost warriors, the Blood Demon would definitely be in the top 5, just like the Soundwave Ghost General. When he went crazy, he would be able to kill gods and demons. My God, it's Master Blood Demon. Quick, take the treasured sword and run. As soon as Yi Chen, Master Blood Demon, and the others appeared, the people who were fighting immediately split up. One of them was very agile, rolling up the rock with the sword in it and running away. Courting death. The Blood Demon doppelganger beside Master Blood Demon turned into a blood-colored light and pounced forward. The blood light pierced through the body of a slightly weaker late astral reaching expert like a hot knife through butter, appearing in front of him at an astonishing speed. Get lost. The man punched out, causing the void to tremble. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon doppelganger didn't fight him head-on. Its body elongated like a blood-red cloth, wrapping around the opponent and tightening abruptly. Creak! The protective Zhen Yuan warped and deformed. The corrosive Blood Demon Zhen Yuan invaded, turning into fine needles and piercing into the opponent's head. The plump skin and flesh shriveled at an unimaginable speed. Losing control, the powerful protective Zhen Yuan naturally lost control and immediately dissipated. With a ripping sound, the blood-colored light entered the opponent's body. By the time the Blood Demon doppelganger came out, the man had already turned into a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. His flesh and essence Yuan had been cleanly devoured. Jia! Licking his lips with his blood-red tongue, the Blood Demon doppelganger let out a strange laugh. Yi Chen looked on with cold eyes. Even if these people were alive, they wouldn't help him. Therefore, whether they died or not didn't affect him in the slightest. He was more than happy to let the Blood Demon doppelganger kill them. Master Blood Demon, you're too tyrannical. I, Zhang Xian, have never offended you, nor do we have any conflicts of interest. Why did you kill him? Among the 6, only one dared to speak to Master Blood Demon in such a manner. It was that peak astral-reaching expert, Zhang Xian. Although he was apprehensive of Master Blood Demon's strength, he didn't believe that Master Blood Demon could do anything to him. In a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he could escape with some injuries. Master Blood Demon shot a glance at him. What? You're not convinced? Leave the sword and you can scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Merciless? I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Zhang Xian coldly snorted. His Zhen Yuan turned into a huge hand and grabbed the blood-red rock. In order to save time, he didn't immediately put it into his storage ring. Instead, he charged at the Blood Demon doppelganger. This series of actions was completed in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The blood demon doppelganger's mouth suddenly opened, and a strange scene occurred. His mouth seemed limitless, expanding to several meters in size before swallowing Zhang Xian. Insignificant skill. Break. An arc of light flickered in the void, and a hole was torn open in the blood demon doppelganger's mouth. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, sprinkling on the surface of the passage, producing sizzling sounds of corrosion. "Corpse ghost, you go kill the others," Master Blood Demon said to Corpse Man, then coldly looked at Yi Qin. "Kid, stay here and don't move. If you move, I'll chop off one of your legs. If you don't move, perhaps I'll let you live." After speaking, the air turned fuzzy and Master Blood Demon disappeared. Pum! In the next moment, Master Blood Demon and Zhang Xian exchanged blows. The result was that Zhang Xian was blown back, and the blood-red rock fell to the ground. Just as Master Blood Demon was about to grab the rock and throw it into his storage ring, a figure flickered and the rock disappeared. "Kid, you're courting death." Master Blood Demon was fuming with anger. How could he not know that the one who made the move was none other than Yi Qin? "Master Blood Demon, you don't have the qualifications to order me. Right now, I want to kill Corpse Man. Who can stop me?" After seizing the blood-red rock, Yi Qin didn't bother with Master Blood Demon anymore. He turned around and rushed toward Corpse Man. His shadow separation light art made his figure seem like a ghost. "Bastard! Do you think I, Corpse Man, am a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by you?" Corpse Man thought that Yi Qin's battle strength wasn't much different from before, and only his cultivation base was a bit stronger. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit worried about his life. "Green Lotus Mountain Splitter!" The sword light imprinted with the Sky Creation Green Lotus split the passage and slashed toward Corpse Man. "Break for me!" With a shriek, Corpse Man smashed the golden skull on the sword light. Rumble! A frightening shockwave radiated in all directions, piercing through countless passages nearby. The hard soil was blown away like weathered sand. Impossible! His battle strength can't be this powerful. The golden skull flew out of Corpse Man's hand, and he shot backward like a broken sack. His broken body pierced through layer after layer of soil. Die! Yi Qin chased after him, performing the 7th movement of his Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Sky. All of the moving sand and rocks floated in the air, losing all of their momentum. The Corpse Man's flying speed suddenly decreased drastically, as he sank into the mud and could not control himself. "Brat, you've angered me." Master Blood Demon's face was frighteningly gloomy. He tossed aside Zhang Xian and chased after Yi Qin. Zhang Xian didn't dare to provoke the furious Master Blood Demon, but the death of his subordinates made him very angry. He didn't get the sword and had caused a lot of trouble. Leaving in a cowardly manner wasn't his style. His eyes turned, and his gaze fell on the Blood Demon doppelganger. Since he couldn't beat Master Blood Demon, eradicating his doppelganger would be a great thing. In any case, if it was one-on-one, almost no peak astral reaching expert could kill him. Rip! The arcs of light crisscrossed, enveloping the Blood Demon doppelganger within. The Blood Demon doppelganger was a great helper of Master Blood Demon. Its battle strength was very close to peak high-grade Blood Demons. However, a gap was a gap. Under Zhang Xian's all-out attack, the doppelganger was chopped miserably, letting out strange cries. If not for high-grade Blood Demons' exceptionally tenacious vitality, which allowed them to be dismembered, the doppelganger would have long since died under Zhang Xian's hands. "I'm going to die from anger." On the way, Master Blood Demon heard the doppelganger's miserable cries. His heart was filled with fury, almost driving him insane. His soaring blood chi was even more frightening than peak high-grade Blood Demons. The soil above his head was corroded, forming a huge hole with debris falling down. "I'll kill that kid first, then kill this person." Knowing which was more important, Master Blood Demon held back his desire to kill Zhang Xian and continued chasing after Yi Qin. Tang Shui, save me! In front of him, Corpse Man was terrified. It originated from the fear of death. He had traveled unhindered in South Rudra region for many years, and everyone knew that he was cruel and frightening. Who would have thought that he, who was cruel to begin with, was extremely afraid of death? From a dead man to a living man, he treasured his life very much. Yi Qin, who seemed to be in his 20s, was like a fiend. Under the activation of his sword intent, all distracting thoughts seemed to have been erased. His emotionless eyes were fixated on Corpse Man. You're known as Corpse Man. Today, I'll turn you into a real ghost. With a slash of the Star Scar sword, a fist-sized green lotus tore through the air and rapidly pierced through Corpse Man's face, coming out from the back of his head. The life aura in Corpse Man's eyes disappeared, and he smashed into the soil with a bang. Kid, I'll skin you alive. Master Blood Demon caught up. Raising his hand, 5 blood-red streaks shot out. Turning around, he raised his sword to block. Pum! The blood-red streaks scattered, and Yi Qin retreated 3 steps. That kid is powerful. He blocked Master Blood Demon's attack. Blood Demon Doppelganger was extremely hard to kill. Zhang Xian attacked while observing Master Blood Demon's situation. Seeing Yi Qin block Master Blood Demon's furious attack, he was quite astonished. Activating his Zhenyuan to disperse the blood qi on the Star Scar sword, Yi Qin raised his eyes. Master Blood Demon, don't think too highly of yourself. Your era has long passed. Very well, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant. In the future, you'll spend your days howling in grief. Those who offend me, Master Blood Demon, will find it hard to die even if they want to. Master Blood Demon laughed out of extreme anger. His storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a blood-red stick appeared in his hand. This stick was thick at the front and narrow at the back. At the end, several blood-red ribbons were coiled around it. These ribbons danced on their own like tentacles. Chapter 344. Brat, die for me. The blood-red stick in Master Blood Demon's hand was a mid-grade artifact. As those tentacle-like ribbons streaked across the air was cut open, issuing a strange buzzing sound. As Master Blood Demon poured his Zhenyuan into it, a blood-red halo appeared on the tip of the stick, and it heavily attacked toward Yi Qin. So strange. It can affect people's minds and make them confused. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. The buzzing sound of the ribbons cutting through the air even made him feel a bit scared. It should be known that his current sword intent was enough to contend against a normal, complete sword intent. No distractions would arise, and no evils would invade. In other words, Master Blood Demon's achievements in the demonic Tao were absolutely frightening. Without any thoughts, Yi Qin's sword greeted the blood-red stick. Bang! The blood-red stick was much heavier than metal. As soon as the Star Scar sword slashed at it, it felt like it was slashing at a metal mountain. The powerful impact crazily surged forth, and Yi Qin couldn't stop his body. He was forced to take 5 steps back, and the hard soil was turned into dust. Meanwhile, Master Blood Demon also took 3.5 steps back. My full power attack in my normal state only made him take 5 steps back. Moreover, it seems like he has the advantage of a mid-grade artifact. Master Blood Demon angrily looked at Yi Qin. He was in his normal state, but Yi Qin was also in his normal state. If the weapons in their hands were the same, he wouldn't have the confidence to make Yi Qin take 5 steps back, even though each of the latter steps had turned the ground into dust. You take my sword as well. His right foot stomped on the ground, creating a hole. Yi Qin held his sword with one hand and thrust out, using the lone peak kill that he hadn't used in a long time. Not good. Master Blood Demon could tell that this sword contained the killing mentality. The killing mentality contained many different mentalities, such as speed and distance. Under this sword, it immediately gave rise to an illusion. The sword light was clearly right in front of his eyes, but he still felt that it was far away. Roar! At this moment, blocking was clearly a bad idea. Master Blood Demon's throat swelled, and his genuine condensed into an illusory skull. Along with his roar, the skull exploded with a frightening sound wave. The sound wave was gray-black in color, and it swept out like a wave, radiating in all directions. It's that sound wave technique again. Yi Chun had seen it once from the corpse man, so he hurriedly pulled back his sword and retreated, using his green lotus genuine to protect his entire body from being injured by the sound wave. Buzz. The speed of sound was the speed of sound, but under the stimulation of genuine, the sound wave released by Master Blood Demon had clearly surpassed the speed of sound by several times. The hard soil vibrated at an abnormal frequency, disintegrating on its own. In terms of lethality, the sound wave released by Corpse Man could not be compared to Master Blood Demon at all. We can't stay here for long. It's better to leave. The range of the sound wave was very wide. Zhang Xian was only several hundred meters away from the two. His qi and blood were boiling from the sound wave, and his chest felt like vomiting. Even if it were to happen a few more times, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't suffer any internal injuries. Not caring about killing the blood demon doppelganger, whose blood light had dimmed, Zhang Xian slashed apart the doppelganger and fled towards the nearby passage. Master Blood Demon had already classified Yi Qin as a great enemy. He didn't care about Zhang Xian's departure in the slightest. Moreover, even if he did care, he could still kill Yi Qin and then kill Zhang Xian. Just now, Yi Chen's sword strike had made him feel a trace of threat. Fortunately, he had exchanged the great blood demon body, separating great technique with the sound wave ghost general. Unlike Corpse Man, Master Blood Demon had already cultivated the ghost roar technique to an extremely high realm, only slightly inferior to the sound wave ghost general. Under this roar, even peak astral reaching experts would have their qi and blood flow reverse, suffering some light injuries. However, it was a pity that Yi Chun was completely unscathed. In terms of Zhen Yuan purity, there are very few astral reaching experts that can surpass me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block this sound wave. After entering mid-astral reaching realm, Yi Chen's genuine was more than twice as pure as when he defeated Corpse Man. Therefore, even if Master Blood Demon's ghost roar technique was more powerful, it couldn't injure him. Demon Morning Wind Rod. His body rising from the ground, a blood-red flame ignited on Master Blood Demon's body. The blood-red flame adhered to the rod, condensing into blood-red skulls. These skulls were densely packed, covering the entire rod as they opened their mouths and roared simultaneously. Rumble. The air collapsed, and a large spatial crack pervaded the air. Accompanying the crack was the rod with the blood-red skulls. The heavy rod ignored the distance between the two and fiercely smashed over. What a powerful killing move! Sky-shattering clouds. Zigzagging lightning erupted, and a cyan flame ignited on Yi Chen's body. His sword struck the center of the rod without any deviation. Creak! The shockwave exploded in an instant, and the Starscar sword in Yi Chen's hand distorted for a split second, folding like a ripple. Not good. The Starscar sword is reaching its limit. Although a low-grade artifact was exceptionally tenacious and could endure the infusion of Jin Yuan, it had experienced many big and small battles ever since it followed Yi Chen. Among them, there was no lack of evenly matched, bitter, and bloody battles. For example, the previous confrontation with Ice Blade could be considered a battle where defeat was turned into victory. However, the current situation was different. As Yi Chen entered mid-astral reaching realm, his Zhan Yuan became increasingly pure and more tyrannical, and the Starscar sword itself was under a lot of pressure. After exchanging blows with the infamous Master Blood Demon several times, the Starscar sword finally couldn't bear the burden and showed signs of breaking. Seeing Yi Chen's embarrassment, Master Blood Demon laughed. "Kid, artifacts are also a part of strength. Die." Bang, bang, bang. Holding the blood-red rod, Master Blood Demon smashed at Yi Chen again and again. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain, forcing Yi Chen to meet force with force. Green Lotus Chi transformation. An illusory green lotus appeared, and hundreds of sword chi shot out like the spikes of a hedgehog, forming a black mass. Useless. Break for me. It was impossible for Master Blood Demon to give up such a good opportunity. The blood-red rod crazily swept out. Before the sword chi could even approach, they were shattered into nothingness. Break. Swish. Taking a step forward, Master Blood Demon suddenly appeared 5 steps in front of Yi Chen and smashed his rod over. Creak! Tiny cracks appeared on the Starscar sword, and a teeth-numbing metallic sound rang out. In the next moment, thousands of fragments exploded. The Starscar sword was shattered. "Ha! A sword artist has lost a sword. Let's see how you contend against me." Master Blood Demon was incomparably carefree. He had roamed the South Rudra region for many years, and it wasn't that he hadn't fought against peak sword artists. He was very clear that once a sword artist lost their sword, their battle strength would be reduced by at least 50%. The reason for this was precisely the sword intent. Only by attaching the sword intent to the sword could it display its greatest might. Without the sword intent was equivalent to being crippled. At most, it could increase the offensive power of Zhen Yuan. The air was torn apart, and the blood light hacked toward Yi Chen's head. That tentacle-like ribbon was even more frightening than a sharp blade. Even if the rod couldn't hit Yi Chen, a single scratch from the ribbon would cause his head to break. At this moment, having lost a sword, it wouldn't be that easy for Yi Chen to receive Master Blood Demon's attack from a distance. Chi! 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 Yi Chen's expression was grave and stern. Both of his hands flicked, and 3 green lotus sword chi shot through the air. What? Sword chi aroused from within his body? Withdrawing the rod, 2 of the sword chi were annihilated. The remaining sword chi coiled around Master Blood Demon's neck, letting out hissing sounds. Extinguish! Master Blood Demon thought that the sword chi aroused from within his body wouldn't be that powerful, so he attacked the sword chi with his bare hands. Blood splashed everywhere. Master Blood Demon let out a muffled groan. "Good kid. Wait till I take you down. I'll make sure you won't be able to live or die." Even the bones of his left hand could be seen. Yi Chen's green lotus sword chi was like a saw blade. Not only did it cut open his protective Zhen Yuan, it even left a bloody sword mark on his palm. Originally, if Master Blood Demon was a bit more cautious, he might not be injured even if he attacked the sword chi with his bare hands. However, he had treated this sword chi as an ordinary sword chi. Green lotus sword chi is limited. Even if I arouse it completely, it won't be able to injure Master Blood Demon. Seems like I'll have to use the mid-grade sword inside the blood-red rock. I hope it's not trash. Yi Chen was very worried. He was worried that he would obtain a piece of trash that couldn't bear the infusion of Zhen Yuan. In that case, he would have no choice but to retreat. He was not arrogant enough to contend against Master Blood Demon empty-handed. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the blood-red rock appeared in Yi Chen's hand. At this moment, Master Blood Demon approached and smashed his rod. Holding the sword hilt on the surface of the rock, Yi Chen welcomed the attack. Kacha! The blood-red rock exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Hum! Abruptly, a sword hum resounded, and a dazzling 3-colored splendor filled the air, dazzling Master Blood Demon and Yi Chen's eyes. A pressure 3 times more powerful than an ordinary mid-grade artifact erupted. Damn it, this mid-grade artifact is not ordinary. Even if it's not an upper-grade artifact, it's not far from it. Master Blood Demon couldn't see through the details of the sword in Yi Chen's hand. He thought hatefully. At the same time, his attacks became even more ferocious, each of them fatal. Yi Chen shot a glance. The sword scabbard was simple and unadorned. The three-colored splendor was emitted from the body of the sword when it was pulled out. However, this three-colored splendor was a bit special. It seemed to be superimposing on top of each other, not fusing with each other. There are 3 sword hilts? Yi Chen was astonished, but the situation before his eyes didn't allow him to think. With a swipe of his finger, a deep blue sword light soared into the sky, blocking Master Blood Demon's attack. Thunder attribute, mid-grade swords. There are 2 more inside. Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. There were actually 3 swords inside the scabbard, and the one he had just pulled out was only one of them. However, none of this was important. What was important was that the sword was not trash. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block Master Blood Demon's full power attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Holding the deep blue sword in his hand, Yi Chen circulated his Genuine and slashed out with the sky-shattering clouds, which contained the intent of thunder and clouds. The air became chaotic as a half-meter thick and dozens of meters long thunderbolt shot out. Its frightening might was several times more ferocious than the heavenly thunder, giving off an irresistible feeling of insignificance. Facing this thunderbolt that had materialized as a sword light, Master Blood Demon was greatly shocked. He had no time to dodge, and neither could he. Circulating his Genuine to the limit, he raised his staff to meet it. Chapter 345. The blood-red stick and the lightning sword light clashed, and the air suddenly condensed. The surrounding mud crumbled and floated in the air. The surrounding several hundred meters turned into a gravity-free zone. Even the Blood Demon doppelganger, which was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, was instantly affected, as if it had sunk into a swamp. As if dozens of thunderbolts had gathered together, the condensed air suddenly evaporated. A berserk shockwave spread out in all directions at 5 times the speed of sound. This kind of frightening destructive power was enough to make any astral-reaching expert tremble in fear. Because of the clash between the 2, 1,000 meters wide and 200 to 300 meters tall hole appeared in the ground. As for the mud and rocks, they were all shaken into powder. It was as if a faint red whirlwind had filled the entire hole. It had to be said that the Blood Demon doppelganger's luck was quite bad. It had been hovering around Yi Chen the whole time, looking for an opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, before it could find the opportunity, it had already lost its life. If the shockwave's strongest might was 10, then the Blood Demon doppelganger had suffered at least 80%, directly annihilating into nothingness. In the center of the hole, where the 2 had exchanged blows, snaking lightning snakes burst forth. The small ones were as thick as an arm and several dozen meters long, while the big ones were as thick as a waist and several hundred meters long. With a certain point as the center, the entire hole was covered in dense lightning snakes. As each lightning snake lashed out, the air was instantly torn apart and evaporated, leaving behind several dozen meters to several hundred meters deep scorch marks on the ground. Puff! As the lightning snakes filled the sky, Master Blood Demon's chest was scorched black. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of smoke before flying high in the air. It's unexpectedly powerful. An ordinary mid-grade sword can amplify attack power by 30 to 40%. The thundercloud mentality I've comprehended is secretly compatible with this thunder attribute mid-grade sword, pushing the attack power to a whole new level, reaching above 40%. But what's more important is not this. Using this thunder attribute mid-grade sword to display sky-shattering clouds gives me a carefree feeling, like a fish in water. Some obstructions are naturally eliminated, As soon as I use it, sky-shattering clouds naturally fuse to the seventh style. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The sky-shattering clouds had been fused to the seventh movement. According to his estimation, it would be equivalent to the power of the eighth movement of the Green Lotus Sword Arts, Green Lotus Sprouting. Moreover, it would not be 80%, but 100%. In terms of moves and mentality, Yi Chen's achievement in sky-shattering clouds was enough to compete with extreme astral-reaching experts. He was one step closer to his goal of dominating the astral-reaching realm. How is this possible? How did his combat power suddenly increase by so much? Even if he possesses a mid-grade prized artifact, he shouldn't be this powerful. Although Master Blood Demon had blocked Yi Chen's frontal attack, that fierce thunder snake had pierced through his protective Jinyuan and caused him a lot of damage. Blood Demon Doppelganger form. Having no time to tend to his injuries, Master Blood Demon fished out a blood-red bead from his storage ring. The bead shattered and blood mist pervaded the air, slowly condensing into a human figure. It was the Blood Demon avatar. However, the grade of this Blood Demon avatar couldn't compare to the one that had died. It was merely equivalent to a blood demon that had just stepped into the upper realm, and its battle power was similar to that of an ordinary early astral-reaching expert. Master Blood Demon had roamed South Rudra region for decades. It wasn't that he had never experienced the death of a blood demon avatar. However, for him, the death of a blood demon avatar was indeed heartbreaking, but it didn't affect him too much. This was because he had the ability to refine high-grade blood demons into blood demon beads. At present, he still had 3 blood demon beads in his storage ring. By crushing them, he would be able to condense a new blood demon avatar, making preparations for using the major blood demon body, separating great art. Putting the deep blue, long sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen took out the second sword according to his senses. This sword had a clear color and was clearly a wood attribute mid-grade artifact. The brilliance emitted from it wasn't sharp, but it was exceptionally tenacious, like the weeds of a wasteland, endlessly growing. The thunder attribute mid-grade sword is compatible with sky-shattering clouds, and the wood attribute mid-grade sword is compatible with Green Lotus Sword Arts. Let's test out its power first. As soon as the deep blue long sword entered his hand, the Green Lotus Jinyuan in Yi Chen's body produced a subtle reaction with it. It was a sign of incomparable compatibility. Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. Green Lotus Sword Arts was indeed a cultivation technique for sword artists. But it wasn't that it didn't have an attribute. This attribute was precisely the wood attribute. Therefore, among all the attributes, only the wood attribute was the most suitable for Yi Chen. Green Lotus, splitting mountain. Raising the long sword high, Yi Chen slashed down. The earth split open like a canyon, and the sword light imprinted with a huge green lotus directly split the void in two, attacking Master Blood Demon. Major Blood Demon body, separating great art, break for me. Bear. The Blood Demon doppelganger suddenly shrunk by a size. Boundless blood light converged on Master Blood Demon's body, burning fiercely. Its frightening might far surpass the minor Blood Demon body, separating great art. In fact, although the minor Blood Demon body, separating great art, seemed powerful, it had a flaw that was neither big nor small. This flaw was that it couldn't substantially increase an astral-reaching expert's battle power. After all, Master Blood Demon himself was only at the peak of late astral-reaching realm. How could a self-created martial skill be perfect? However, the major Blood Demon body, separating great art, was different. It was a martial skill that Master Blood Demon had obtained by chance, and its grade wasn't high earth grade but peak earth grade. Without the major Blood Demon body, separating great art, Master Blood Demon wouldn't be considered too powerful among peak astral-reaching experts, and wouldn't have been so glorious in the past. Blood red, flames blazed on the mountain-like club. The flames seemed to have spirituality, condensing into clusters of skulls. These skulls were the size of a water tank, making the club seem several dozen meters long. Under Master Blood Demon's brandishing, it loudly smashed towards the sword light. Rumble! The whole cave had completely collapsed. Roaring chi power hurricanes soared into the sky, tearing apart layer after layer of tunnels. A lot of late astral-reaching experts were caught in the range of the shock waves. Some were lightly wounded, while others were heavily shredded into pieces by the overlapping chi power. Who is fighting? This commotion is way too frightening. It seems to be Master Blood Demon. Could it be Blood Sword? It should be more or less the same. In this burial mound, I'm afraid only Blood Sword could contend against Master Blood Demon. Both of them are famous for their ruthlessness. The commotion was too big, and more than one or two people had sensed it. More than 80% of the people knew that there were two frightening, peak astral-reaching experts battling. However, they couldn't think of anyone who could be Master Blood Demon's opponent. So they naturally thought of Blood Sword. Blood Sword frowned. One of them was Master Blood Demon, while the other was very unfamiliar. Perhaps it was an ancient warrior who had been cultivating for many years. Interesting. I wonder when such a peak expert would appear in the South Ruder region. Blood Sword's figure flashed, cutting apart any obstacle in front of him as he rapidly approached the battlefield. That youngster is indeed frightening. Even Master Blood Demon couldn't do anything to him. Forget it. There's so many treasures in this burial mound. There's no need to provoke them. Zhang Xian heard the commotion behind him and clicked his tongue. With the amplification of Major Blood Demon body separating great art, Master Blood Demon finally managed to block out Yi Chen's sword. At this moment, he was hesitating whether continuing to fight with Yi Chen was worth it or not. He was conceited, but he was not conceited to the point of being ignorant. Killing a slightly weaker peak astral-reaching expert was already extremely difficult, and the success rate was less than 70%. If he wanted to kill Yi Chen, it would not be easy. As long as he could ensure that he wouldn't get injured, it would be fine. Indeed, a mid-rank would attribute Great Sword is the most suitable for me. A single green Lotus Mountain could contend against Master Blood Demon's full power attack. Wave after wave of green Lotus Shan Yuan poured into the deep blue longsword. The sword aura on Yi Chen's body was endless, showing signs of becoming more and more intense. In a place very deep underground, shoo! A slender blood shadow flashed past. With a puff sound, the late astral-reaching expert's forehead was pierced through, and all of his profound yuan was devoured cleanly. At the same time, the same thing was happening in other places. A few hundred meters below Yi Chen, Zhang Xian roared, "Piss off!" Arcs of light flashed, crisscrossing everywhere. Puff! The slender blood shadow's speed was too fast. Zhang Xian only saw a blur before his eyes as something drilled into his body, and his profound yuan was rapidly drained. Nearby, Blood Sword was also attacked by the slender blood shadow. Not good. It's the blood evil beast. Blood Sword was always calm and battle-hungry. However, at this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape as far as possible. The slender blood shadow would not let Blood Sword escape so easily. It pierced through his shoulder, and this was only because Blood Sword's speed was too fast. Otherwise, this attack would not have pierced through his shoulder, but his forehead or heart. Flowing light blood escape. At the moment of life and death, a frightening light burst out from Blood Sword's eyes. He sliced through the slender blood shadow with one sword, and his body turned into a blood-red sword light, his speed increasing by 2 folds. Boom! The ground was broken open as Blood Sword rushed to the place where Yi Chen and Master Blood Demon were fighting. Blood Sword! Fear flashed through Master Blood Demon's face. Before Yi Chen showed up, he cared about blood sword the most. Seeing him here, his vigilance increased, as he was afraid that Blood Sword and Yi Chen would join hands and kill him in the mass burial mound. Blood Sword acted as if he did not see Master Blood Demon at all, and continued to escape crazily. What's going on? He's wounded. Yi Chen saw that there was a bloody hole on the left shoulder of the Blood Sword artist, with the latter's power that was not weaker than the Blood Demon, who would be able to wound him. No, the Blood Sword artist was escaping. Something was catching up. Yi Chen's scalp went numb. Without thinking, he followed closely behind the Blood Sword artist. He released his powerful soul power, and a thin blood shadow that was dozens of meters long traveled at a horrifying speed under the ground. Yi Chen could sense a threat that he had never felt before. He had a feeling that if he was not lucky, he would die in the graveyard. Ah, it's a blood evil beast. Master Blood Demon roared with an unimaginable fear in his voice. With a boom, he also started to run. In order to increase his speed beyond his peak, he had even ignited his own blood and qi. Shoo! The slender blood shadow caught up. The wrist-thick blood shadow split into three, chasing after the three like a forked tentacle. Without any suspense, the three were all wounded. Blood Sword's left leg was pierced through, and Master Blood Demon's abdomen was pierced through. Yi Chen was slightly better off. He had relied on his separating shadow flying art's super dodging ability, and his arm had only been scratched slightly. However, it had already taken away a lot of his profound qi, which was the foundation of a warrior's cultivation. Yi Chen took in a deep, cold breath. It was too powerful. The three of them were powerful enough to survive one attack from the blood evil beast. However, the others did not have this ability. Run! The blood evil beast is coming out. Save me! All of a sudden, waves of screams arose from the mass burial mound. Chapter 346. What is this thing? Yi Chen looked like he was thinking while running. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall anything about that thin blood shadow. According to his soul power, Yi Chen could tell that the power of that thin blood shadow had already surpassed the top astral reaching realm, and had reached the level of extreme astral reaching realm. Only extreme astral reaching realm creatures would have the power to kill top astral reaching realm warriors. Regardless, I have to stay away from this place. There is more than one blood shadow here. If I am surrounded by two of them, the chance of survival would be less than 20%. The attacking power of that thin blood shadow was extremely powerful. What was more horrifying was that its attacking speed was unimaginably fast. Yi Chen thought that even if he encountered an extreme astral reaching realm warrior, he would not be able to be wounded instantly. But this time he had been wounded for the first time, and had lost some of his profound yuan. Shoo! A slight air-slicing sound was heard from behind. Yi Chen performed his separating shadow flying art almost subconsciously. His body was separated into two, and the next second, the blood shadow brushed past his neck. It seemed to have sensed that it had not hit anything, so it twisted to the right. Crack! The blood shadow had made a wrong judgment. The Yi Chen on the right was only a Zhenqi shadow. Break! Putting up his left index and middle fingers, the sword qi was condensed without being released. It sliced through the air, and with a swooshing sound, a part of the blood shadow had been cut down. Light blood escape. Explode! This time, Blood Sword had the experience. His spirit power sensed a fluctuation behind him, and he reacted immediately. A huge layer of bloody sword light exploded out of his body, creating a powerful shockwave. Although the shockwave could not do anything to the blood shadow, it had undoubtedly slowed down the speed of his attack and increased his own speed. Shoo! His body was like a sword light as Blood Sword's body flashed once before disappearing, leaving Yi Chen and Master Blood Demon far behind. Master Blood Demon was indeed worthy of being a top-notch ghost general of the Nine Ghost cult. He let out a low roar and swung both of his arms backwards. Like a river rowing a boat, he created a frightening propelling force and narrowly dodged the fatal attack. However, the blood demon doppelganger attached to his body had shrunk to the size of a child. Squeak! Right then, an extremely sharp scream was heard. An invisible pattern spread out crazily, covering Yi Qin and the other two. Not good. The faces of Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon changed. They felt dizzy, and their Zhanyuan, which had been pushed to the limit, slowed down. Yi Qin also felt the mental attack in the sound wave. He decisively bit the tip of his tongue and activated his sword, intent to protect his mind, isolating himself from the mental attack. That was close. If this was a duel, and the opponent used this move, he would definitely die. Yi Chen's scalp went numb as he pushed his green lotus Jinyuan to its limit. The chi flow that shot out from his back was as sharp as a sword. One after another, it could kill a large group of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Even early astral-reaching realm martial artists would be severely wounded if they were caught off guard. The soil was cut open. From the surface, the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carefully polished. "Little bastard, stay here!" Master Blood Demon was quite a distance behind Yi Qin. When he saw Yi Chen fleeing in front of him, he revealed a sinister expression, revealing his snow-white teeth. With a shake of his hand, he shot a Blood Demon Pearl at Yi Qin. Explode! The Blood Demon Pearl could create a high-rank blood demon. Once it exploded, its power would be equivalent to the self-destruction of a high-rank blood demon. The blood-red shockwave directly blew the space in front of Yi Qin into nothingness. The airflow was strange, creating the illusion that time had stopped. Blood Sword spell! Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon had the same idea. They both planned to leave Yi Qin behind to block the blood evil beast for a while, giving them a chance. They believed that with Yi Chen's power, the blood evil beast would not be able to kill him within 2 or 3 attacks. And in that time, they would have the power to escape. Yi Qin looked gloomy. Although Master Blood Demon's attack did not hurt him, the shockwave had decreased his speed by more than 50%, and it was still decreasing. Besides that, Blood Sword's sword chi was even more deadly. As long as he did not take any countermeasures, this sword attack would take away half of his life without a doubt. You guys forced me to do this. If you want to stay, then everyone will stay. Yi Qin turned around at high speed. His cold eyes were extremely frightening, containing a huge pressure. Green lotus sprouts. Green lotus reaches the sky. The blue long sword was taken out of its scabbard, and the sword light spread out. The first half and the second half of the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art were performed at the same time, targeting Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. "Brat, you are looking for death." Blood Sword felt that it was reasonable for him to attack Yi Qin. But when Yi Qin started to attack him, the anger in his heart exploded like a volcano. This time, he would not let Yi Qin have it easy, just like how he had destroyed a rank 7 martial school with his terrifying patience. Master Blood Demon was a bit scared. Yi Qin was one of the most threatening enemies he had ever met. His power was not that strong, but that ruthlessness was not like a young man at all. It was as if he had been through hundreds and thousands of bloody battles. At the most crucial moment, he could even disregard his own life. The sword light went from bright to weak, and from weak to strong again. Because they had never seen the power of the green lotus sprouts before, Master Blood Demon and Blood Sword had both been at a disadvantage. Their speed had dropped from a couple of times the speed of sound to 0, especially Master Blood Demon, who had been wounded during the battle with Yi Qin and had backed out dozens of meters. Shoo! The thin blood shadow flashed past, blocking in front of the 3. It seemed like it was treating Yi Qin and the other 2 as food in its mouth. It was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it stretched its rope-like body, blocking any possible way to break through. "Brat, you are very brave." Blood Sword knew that there was no hope for him to break through, so he had to face the blood evil beast. If he ran away without a fight, he might become the beast's first target. Yi Qin looked calm, but his tone was full of killing intent. Blood Sword, you and I did not have any grudges before. Unfortunately, you have made a wrong move this time, and the consequences will not be good. Blood Sword was not angry but laughed instead. Oh? What consequences? Die. Yi Qin spat out one word. Haha, this is the first time I have heard someone threaten me. Blood Sword. So nostalgic. It has been a long time since I last heard this kind of threat. Opening his mouth, Blood Sword showed his white teeth. Brat, do you know what kind of pain you will have to suffer for offending me? You can treat it as a joke. Wait until the moment you die. You will know what is unstoppable. I wanted to kill Jin Huang from the Floating Mountain School, but he is already dead. I want to kill the Ghost Corpse Man, and even the Blood Demon could not stop me, so he died as well. If I want to kill you, no matter where you run to, you will die. Therefore, from now on, you will be like a dog, running away as much as you want. Perhaps because he had never fought with Yi Qin before, Blood Sword did not care about Yi Qin's words at all. Only the Blood Demon suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The longer he had been in contact with Yi Qin, the more he could feel his potential and his scariness. If he was a demon, then Yi Qin would be a killing god. If he did not get rid of him, he would not be able to feel at ease. Of course, Blood Sword was a necessary help, not to mention killing Yi Qin. It would be hard for him to even escape from the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Blood Sword, what do you think? Without needing to say anything, the Blood Demon directly sent a Zhan Yuan message to Blood Sword, asking for his opinion. Blood Sword said coldly, Blood Demon, do you think that anyone who offends me, the Blood Sword, will be able to live? That's good. If you and I join hands, we will have more than 40% chance of escaping from the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Then we will kill this brat together, unless he dies in the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Of course, but I think he will be killed by the blood evil beasts. Blood Sword was very confident in himself. Just like the Blood Demon, he had been traveling in the South Rudra region for decades. There was nothing he had not been through. Things that were even more dangerous than the blood evil beasts had been a couple of times. On the other hand, Yi Qin was only a top astral reaching realm warrior who had just made his debut. Swoosh! Swoosh! After setting up the route, the blood evil beasts started to attack. Their thin, earthworm-like bodies wriggled as 2 extra branches appeared on their heads and tails, stabbing toward Yi Qin and the other 2. The last sword does not have any element, but I can feel the destructive chi from it. Let's use it to perform the fast sword. The blood evil beast's attacking speed was too fast. The normal attacking speed had too many flaws, and only the fast mentality could compete with it. Qin. The third sword was a black long sword, which was also the thickest one. Once it was taken out of the scabbard, a vacuum crack appeared in the air. It was the destructive power of the sword's speed and the sword's own power. Yi Qin did not pour a lot of Jin Yuan into it. So powerful. Let's call this sword the destruction sword. Waving the destruction sword, the fast mentality burst out. Even the sword light could not be seen in the surreal space. One could only see the 2 thin blood shadows of the blood evil beasts being blocked out, unable to get any closer. Blood Sword and Blood Demon were both top astral reaching realm warriors, so they naturally had their own life-saving ace attacks. Blood Sword shook his arm, and the blood-colored longsword in his hand started to make a buzzing sound, vibrating at a high frequency. His body moved along with the sword, creating layers of afterimages, as if there were multiple mirrors around him. High-rank Earth Realm secret art, mirror image sword art. As for Blood Demon, he waved his blood-red stick, creating a blood-red swirl that contained a huge twisting power. Being in the center of the swirl, once the blood evil beast's attacks arrived, they would have to break through the swirl first. When the attacks reached him, both his power and speed would be reduced, so it would not be too hard for him to block them out. Major blood demon body, separating great arts, accompanying martial art, blood swirl, rumble. The ground had collapsed. When the three were battling with the blood evil beasts, they did not look as bad as before. Of course, they were all clear that it would be fine if they could only burst out their potential for a short period of time. But once the battle dragged on, they would not be able to escape death. Therefore, their current resistance was only to find a chance to escape. All of a sudden, a human figure jumped out of the ground. In order to escape from the blood evil beasts, this person did not care about where he was going. He had somehow managed to get in between the three, which was the closest to the blood evil beasts. Now is the time. Yi Qin and the other two were all quick-witted warriors. They immediately backed out, pushing their speed to its peak, choosing 3 different directions to increase their speed. The blood evil beast was a bit confused, not knowing which one to chase. If it could only chase after one, then it might as well kill the prey in front of it first. For it, as long as it could devour the essence yuan, it did not matter who it was. The man's pupils were enlarged, his expression horrified as he watched the blood evil beast's tentacles break through his protective Jin Yuan and drill into his body. Chapter 347. On the surface of the burial mound, a stone tablet cracked open, and Yi Qin jumped out with the destruction sword in his hand, landing on an even bigger stone tablet nearby. Focusing his eyes, Yi Chen's gaze landed on Blood Demon and Blood Sword, who had just escaped from the surface of the ground. A cold light flashed in Blood Sword's eyes as the killing intent spread out. His pitch-black pupils started to turn red as he locked onto Yi Chen, his cracked mouth looking extremely creepy. Blood Sword. Blood Demon's lips moved slightly as he sent a Zhan Yuan message to Blood Sword. Blood Sword tightened his grip on the sword hilt. No need to say more. This little bastard's life will be mine. You support me from the side. You. Being looked down upon, Blood Demon was a bit annoyed. But seriously, right now, he was indeed not Blood Sword's opponent. The combined damage from Yi Qin and the blood evil beasts had reduced his battling power by at least 20 to 30%. There was only one Blood Demon Pearl left in his storage ring, which could only be used in a life or death situation. A forced smile appeared on his face as Blood Demon said, "All right, you will be the main force and I will support you. I hope you can kill him with one attack." He thought to himself, this guy is not that easy to deal with. If I want to kill him, I will have to pay a price. Wait until both of you are badly wounded, and your battling power will be greatly reduced. Then, don't blame me for being cruel. All of your treasures will be mine. 1 against 2. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not impossible to wound one of them. That thing is coming. Dispelling the thought in his mind, Yi Chen's body flashed as he flew toward the fortress. It ran away. Blood Demon was a bit confused. When he heard the noise underground, he could not help but be shocked. There were at least 3 to 4 blood evil beasts rushing over. He did not expect Yi Chen to be 1 step ahead of them. With that thought in mind, Blood Demon was even more scared of Yi Chen. He said to Blood Sword, "Let's go as well." Inside the fortress, Yi Chen said without beating around the bush, "There are blood demon creatures rushing over from the burial mound. I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave in the future." Blood demon creatures. What do they look like? Even you can't handle it? Little North asked in surprise. Yi Chen nodded. They are very powerful. Almost no one under the Sea of Souls realm can handle them. Even I am not their opponent. They are shaped like snakes, but they do not have heads or tails. They are as thick as an arm and dozens of meters to hundreds of meters long. Their attacking speed is incredibly fast. It's as thick as an arm and dozens of meters long. It can't be a blood evil beast, right? Chi Bei Duo's faces turned pale as if they had thought of something. Blood evil beast? Yi Chen couldn't associate the thin blood shadow with beasts. Bei explained, blood demons are born from the blood and resentment of humans or beasts. Blood evil beasts are born from the essence and resentment of blood demons. Blood evil beasts are born from the essence and resentment of blood demons. Blood evil beasts of the same level are many times more powerful than blood demons. Extremely powerful blood evil beasts can even transform into beast form. That is their ultimate form. Once a blood evil beast transforms into beast form, anything of the same level will be its prey, including humans. So powerful, Yi Chen hadn't seen any beast-shaped blood evil beasts in the mass burial mound. Presumably, they were all ordinary blood evil beasts. But ordinary blood evil beasts had the power to kill them. If they were to run into beast-shaped blood evil beasts, it would be almost certain death. Yeah, blood evil beasts are the top predators in the blood demon battlefield. But the probability of them appearing is very low. They only appear once in dozens of years. Since they have come out, let's leave quickly. I guess it won't be long before those hidden astral-reaching realm experts come to the blood demon battlefield. Hidden astral-reaching realm experts should be extreme astral-reaching realm experts. I guess only a few of them can contend against blood evil beasts. Yi Chen nodded. He had already reached his goal of going to the mass burial mound, so there was no need to stay in the blood demon battlefield any longer. Moreover, he had heard Thunderfreer say that the closer one approached the limit of thunder mentality, the harder it would be to comprehend. Normally, one could only go to the first of the 3 layers to comprehend it. That was the origin of the thunder mentality. Blood demon battlefield was a broken space without any sky. Thousands of miles away from the demon defiance fort, next to a conveyor stone door, a red whirlpool continued to speed up. Countless human figures disappeared within. He has come out. Didn't Master Jin Huang and Master Rock kill him? Things are not looking good. Let's have the soul-chasing bird follow him immediately. Yi Chen had calculated everything. He knew that Jin Huang would not have made any preparations, since the blood demon battlefield was huge. Even if he went in, he might not be able to find Yi Chen. Once he came out, he would be out of Jin Huang's sight. Therefore, there must be some spies outside. Killing one was killing. Killing 2 was also killing. Yi Chen took out his blue long sword and slashed at the astral-reaching realm expert, whose soul power had sensed something strange. He has found me. The Bloodstone Islands had 36 islands in total. Before Yi Chen entered the blood demon battlefield, there were dozens of groups of people chasing after him, and each group had 3 astral-reaching realm warriors. Therefore, when the dozens of groups were divided into 36 groups, each group only had 1 astral-reaching realm warrior. Only the main island of the Bloodstone Islands had 2 astral-reaching realm warriors. Right then, the astral-reaching realm warrior who was about to release the soul-chasing bird had just made a move when a sharp sword chi pierced through the air. The extreme speed made him extremely frightened. Rumble. With the support of the mid-rank greatsword, the sword chi released by Yi Chen was unstoppable. It cut open a gap on the edge of the island, and that astral-reaching realm warrior was immediately cut in half. What? Who is this guy? He even dares to kill the outer master of the floating island? What a powerful sword chi! He must be at least a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Don't mess with him. Top astral-reaching realm warriors are something that even rank 7 martial institutions are afraid of. If we mess with them, there will be no place for us in the whole South Rudra region. Everyone on the island was discussing, but no one knew who Yi Chen was. Even if they had some suspicions, no one dared to say anything. Looking around, Yi Chen was not surprised at all. The Windy Nation was one of the weaker ones among the 36 small nations, but it still had about 10 astral-reaching realm warriors. A relatively powerful small nation, like the Rudra nation, would have at least 30 to 40 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding them all together, the 36 small nations would have at least 600 to 700 astral-reaching realm warriors. The top 10 medium nations would have even more astral-reaching realm warriors, at least 2,000 to 3,000. The top 4 nations would have more astral-reaching realm warriors than the 36 small nations and top 10 nations combined, more than 5,000. Therefore, in the whole South Rudra region, there would be close to 10,000 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding the astral-reaching realm warriors who did not belong to any martial institutions and liked to travel around, 20,000 would not be a problem. However, among the 20,000 people, the ones who could be called top astral-reaching realm warriors did not exceed 50, including the top 10 sword artists and 7 blade artists. Extreme astral-reaching realm warriors were even fewer, which could be counted with 2 hands. A top astral-reaching realm warrior was still quite intimidating. Even rank 7 martial institutions would not want to mess with them, unless they had an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. Of course, rank 6 martial institutions would not care about top astral-reaching realm warriors, since they had Sea of Souls realm warriors. If a Sea of Souls realm warrior wanted to kill a top astral-reaching realm warrior, he would be able to do so from hundreds of li away. However, Yi Chen dared to kill even the outer master of the Floating Mountain Martial School. Regardless of his background or his insanity, he would not be someone to be messed with. Shoo! Extending his body, Yi Chen broke through the air and left the Bloodstone Islands. Above the endless lake water, clouds and mist curled up. The true spirit continent has 3 layers. The first one is the surprising sky, which only astral-reaching realm warriors have the power to enter. The second one is the extreme void, where only Sea of Souls realm warriors can survive. The third one is the closest one to the outside world, which is where life and death realm warriors are active. Although my power is at the top astral-reaching realm, I still cannot go to the extreme void. What was in the extreme void, Yi Chen did not know, and what was in the surprising sky, Yi Chen did not know either. Right now, he was going to the surprising sky. A beam of blue light flashed in the sky as Yi Chen broke through the clouds and rushed 10,000 meters above the clouds. There seemed to be a thin layer there. Break! Condensing his Zhenyuan, Yi Chen pointed at the thin layer. Puff! The thin layer was broken and endless thunder and lightning poured down, which contained a horrifying heat and sharp wind blades. Thunder Yuan Qi, fire Yuan Qi, wind Yuan Qi. Yi Chen knew that these were all kinds of Yuan Qi in the surprising sky. Although the Yuan Qi below the surprising sky had different elements, it was actually very complicated and not very powerful. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to compete with it. However, the Yuan Qi in the surprising sky was extremely pure, without any impurities. The second the thin layer was broken, under the impact of all kinds of Yuan Qi, even peak-level 8 clasping Yuan realm warriors would be washed into ashes. Only the protective Zhenyuan would be able to handle this kind of pure Yuan Qi attack without being damaged at all. Flashing his body, Yi Chen flew into the surprising sky, and that thin layer was quickly repaired. This is the surprising sky. Yi Chen looked over and saw that there were only a few colors left in the whole world. The thunder Yuan Qi was that crystal blue, like a blue river, washing everywhere, clearly separated from the other Yuan Qi. The water Yuan Qi was crystal green, interweaving with each other. The fire Yuan Qi was crystal red, and wherever it went, the horrifying heat could burn everything. Traveling through all kinds of Yuan Qi, Yi Chen found the rare wood Yuan Qi. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Once the wood Yuan Qi touched Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan, it reacted immediately. It squeezed into his body and pushed out all the impurities in the wood Yuan Qi. Pure wood Yuan Qi contains the vitality of the wood. Looking carefully, the arrangement of the wood Yuan Qi is very mysterious. With my understanding of the wood mentality, I can only see about 80% of it. Some of the things are very hard to understand." Yi Chen let out a breath. He knew that it was just like what Thunder Freer had said. If he wanted to train his mentality to the extreme, he could only do it in the surprising sky. The other places would be flawed after all. As for the extreme void sky above the surprising sky, it was the place to train the profound meaning. As for the top sky, Yi Chen did not know what kind of secrets it had. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen sensed the arrangement of the wood Yuan Qi, hoping that he could learn the true meaning of the wood mentality from this arrangement, so that he could prepare to reach the extreme astral reaching realm. Chapter 348. On the 6th day after Yi Chen entered the stunning sky, the first extreme astral reaching expert arrived at the Bloodstone Islands. He was wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat. As he walked, he seemed like a fluttering white cloud, carrying an indescribable sharpness. The leader of the 7 great bladesmen, the white-robed bladesman. It's the white-robed bladesman. I heard that his saber intent has already reached consummation. He is good at the state of wind. With one saber strike, the saber chi is like the wind. It is hard to defend against, and it is everywhere. Sword artists and blade artists are the easiest to become extreme astral reaching realm warriors. Among the known extreme astral reaching realm warriors, there are 3 who are either sword artists or blade artists. But if we were to talk about the most powerful extreme astral reaching realm warrior, it would be the head of the top dozens of sword artists, the core headmaster of the Heartless Martial School, Pei Yudao. It's hard to say. The white-robed blade artist has the record of killing 7 late astral-reaching realm warriors with 1 blade attack. No one in the South Rudra region has been able to break that record. Everyone on the islands was shocked by the arrival of the white-robed blade artist. As long as the Sea of Souls realm warriors did not show up, the white-robed blade artist would be equivalent to the king of astral-reaching realm warriors. His deterrent power was even greater than that of a rank 7 martial institution. Every martial institution would take pride in raising an expert like the white-robed blade artist, since it was not easy to raise a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It would require a huge amount of luck and talent. Blood-evil beasts are hard to come by in decades. Inside their bodies, there is a blood-evil stone that can train the willpower. The more powerful the willpower, the higher the chance of reaching the Sea of Souls realm. God is helping me. The white-robed blade artist's residence was quite far from the Bloodstone Islands. This time he had come to the Star Regional Lake in search of some spirit herbs. Who would have thought that he would hear the news of a blood-evil beast appearing in the blood demon battlefield? So he immediately rushed over. The blood-evil stone inside the blood-evil beast was a key to breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm. Talented people could become Sea of Soul realm experts even faster, and experts stuck at the peak of late astral reaching realm would have a sliver of a chance to break through. It was simply a must-have item for martial artists under Sea of Soul realm. The second layer of the blood demon battlefield rejects Sea of Soul realm experts. Inside, extreme astral reaching experts are the kings. Even if one's luck is bad, one can still obtain 1 or 2 blood-evil stones. Restraining his excitement, the white-robed blade artist stepped out and entered the blood-red whirlpool. Second floor of the blood demon battlefield. Blood sword artist and master blood demon didn't teleport out. They stayed in the demon defying fortress. 5 years ago, in the Black Dragon Empire's auction, a blood-evil stone suddenly appeared and sold for more than 400,000 mid-rank soul stones. That stone was not that big, but it was enough to make the core master of the floating mountain martial school become an extreme astral reaching realm warrior and have the hope of breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. If you and I can get a blood-evil stone, it would not be hard for us to become extreme astral reaching realm warriors. It would be impossible to say that the blood demon was not tempted. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the fortress. Blood Swordsman said, "Do you think we have the strength to seize the Blood Evil Stone?" "It is impossible to take the Blood Evil Stone, but it is not impossible to get the Blood Evil Stone. When all the Blood Evil beasts get out of the mass burial mound, that will be our chance." The Blood Fiend Stone was not as useful as the Blood Fiend Stone, but as long as there were enough of it, it was still very useful. Blood Fiend Stone? Blood Sword was a bit tempted. Reaching his current level, it was almost impossible to make any progress. If the willpower could be trained, then it would be much easier for him to comprehend the mentality, which would also be useful for his sword intent. More importantly, the willpower would be the key to breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. Who would not want to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior and be on the same level as the rank 6 martial institutions? By then, the whole South Rudra region would be his backyard. And the Blood Demon did not invite the Blood Sword artist out of kindness. He was willing to split the loot equally, but just in case. If there were more Blood Evil beasts in the deeper parts of the mass burial mound, then the two of them would have a higher chance of escaping. If one of them ran into a Blood Evil beast, then there would be no chance of survival. All right, it is settled then. Don't play any tricks. Blood Sword was still a bit scared of the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon laughed. "You don't have to worry. If we work together, then we will both benefit. If we split, then we will both lose. You and I both understand this logic." "Huh. Wait till this is over. I will make that brat pay a huge price." The Blood Sword artist looked cold, his face twisted. Hearing him, the Blood Demon was secretly gloating. His identity was a bit special, and he could not show himself in front of the world. Therefore, he could only chase after Yi Qin, and did not dare to destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School directly. If he did that, then he might be surrounded by a lot of powerful warriors, and might even attract the attention of Sea of Souls realm warriors. However, the Blood Sword artist was different. It was not the first time he had destroyed a martial institution, and those Sea of Souls realm warriors did not care about it. There were a lot of martial institutions in the South Rudra region anyway, so one more or one less would not make any difference. The third sky, the first sky, the surprising sky, the pure wood yuan qi is the closest to the origin of the wood mentality. This is indeed true. Outside of the surprising sky, trying to learn the wood mentality from plants would be unimaginably difficult. But here, all of the mysteries are contained within. All I need to do is to learn it face to face. In just a couple of days, Yi Qin had made great progress in his wood mentality. Of course, it was because of his comprehensive ability, but it was also because of the surprising sky. Green lotus sprout. Opening his eyes, Yi Qin's pupils shone with a hint of green light. Qin. The blue long sword was taken out of its scabbard, and a beam of blue sword light merged with the endless wood yuan qi. Then, something shocking happened. Amidst the wood yuan qi that was like a green river, a green lotus slowly grew. The process that seemed both real and fake made people feel as if they were watching a green lotus seed grow into a green lotus. Shortly after, a lotus flower bloomed in the center of the green lotus, revealing a faint purple color. Green lotus sky reaching. After throwing out a sword attack, Yi Qin's second sword attack followed right after. The green lotus seemed to have eaten a great tonic, growing to dozens of meters tall within a second. The lotus reached up to the sky, and its roots dug into the wood yuan qi. Whew! Slowly letting out a breath, a smile appeared on Yi Qin's face. With the green lotus sword art as a reference, it was indeed much easier than creating his own sword movements and mentalities. In just a couple of days, his wood mentality had almost reached the same level as his thunder mentality. It had also reached its limit, and the 8th movement of the green lotus sword art, the green lotus sprout, was even more powerful than the sky-shattering clouds and even more powerful than the kill heart sword attack. There seems to be a problem. The thunder mentality has reached its limit, and it is starting to be out of sync with the cloud mentality. The wood mentality is the same, and it is starting to diverge from the water mentality. It seems like once I break through the scope of the mentality, everything will automatically separate. Only when my realm is high enough can they continue to complement each other. Ever since the thunder mentality had reached its limit, Yi Chen's self-created sword movement, the sky-shattering clouds, was no longer dominated by the cloud mentality, but by the thunder mentality. The thunder mentality even started to reject the cloud mentality, thinking that the cloud mentality was a burden that would stop it from breaking through to a higher realm. I will call you Green Wood Sword. Among the three swords, only the Destruction Sword had a name. Yi Chen thought for a while and decided to give the blue longsword a name that was easy to understand. Greenwood. It is not that easy to break through the scope of the mentality. Let me start to train the water mentality. In the stunning sky, there were only the more common elemental energies, such as metal elemental energy, wood elemental energy, water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, earth elemental energy, thunder elemental energy, wind elemental energy, and so on. The ethereal elemental energy was almost extinct, and cloud elemental energy was one of them. Among all the Yuan Qi, the water Yuan Qi was more like a river. Some of the water Yuan Qi was like an ancient well without any ripples, while some had huge waves and some were sparkling. All the water-related sceneries outside the shocking sky could be seen in the water Yuan Qi. Some of the sceneries that could not be seen could also be seen and sensed. Astral-reaching realm warriors use mentality as the king. Once my water mentality reaches its limit, combined with the wood mentality, even extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to do anything to me. There were 3 conditions to become an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, and Yi Chen had already fulfilled 2 of them. One was to have a mid-rank defensive artifact and an attacking artifact, and the second was to have his mentality at an extremely high level. If it were not for his cultivation, Yi Chen would have already become an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. Unknowingly, another 5 days had passed. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors gathered on the Bloodstone Islands. They had all heard about the appearance of the blood evil beasts in the blood demon battlefield. None of them were prepared to leave, but they did not dare to go in recklessly either. They wanted to see if they could find their own fortune. The core master of the Heartless Martial School, Pei Yu Dao, is here. Someone in the crowd yelled, and everyone looked over. Above the Star Regional Lake, a human figure flew over at an extreme speed. Shoo! The figure landed on the nearest island. He was wearing blue robes, carrying 2 swords on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Pei Yu Dao was extremely low-key. He did not even look at the crowd as he stepped into the blood-red swirl. Soon, another 2 people arrived at the same time. The one in the north was wearing a big red robe. He had a bulky body, and as he moved, a fierce blade aura spread out from time to time, leaving blade marks on the surface of the lake. The one in the south was even more aggressive. On his way over, he purposely released a powerful chi flow, which smashed into some of the astral-reaching realm warriors on the way, but none of them dared to say anything. The core master of the Fire Spirit Martial School, Gold Rock. The core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School, Shen Tujue. They all say that Gold Rock is aggressive, but Shen Tujue is even more aggressive than him. Thinking about it, the Floating Mountain Martial School is the leader of the 6-rank 6 martial institutions, and Shen Tujue himself is an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. It is inevitable for him to be so arrogant. Everyone stood far away, discussing in a low voice. Shen Tujue, I heard that the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School, Jin Huang, was troubled by a brat. I wonder if it is true or not. As a core master of a rank 6 martial school, Gold Rock was quite well informed. After all, Yi Chen was not a nobody. He was the #1 warrior in the Hidden Dragon rank, and his fame among the young warriors was unparalleled in the past 1,000 years. It would be hard not to notice him. Shintujua sneered, just a little bastard. This time I am here for the blood evil stone, and I will take care of him along the way. I, Shintujua, would like to see how many heads he has. Hee, be careful not to fail miserably. Gold Rock teased. This kind of small character is not worth my attention. The possibility of failing miserably will not happen to me. After I kill him, I will go and destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School. I believe the expert behind him will not go against the floating mountain martial school for a dead martial genius. Shen Tujua didn't put Yi Chun in his eyes at all. This time, he had volunteered to kill Yi Chin in the blood demon battlefield. In any case, this matter was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. He could settle it with a wave of his hand, so why wouldn't he do it? As the two entered the blood demon battlefield, the number of extreme astral reaching realm warriors had reached 4. Someone else is here. I have never heard of this person. It seems like the hidden extreme astral reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region are not the ones on the surface. The 5th extreme astral reaching realm warrior had arrived. Chapter 349. The astral reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region are getting weaker and weaker. These people are not even worth 2 or 3 attacks from me. His long black robe fluttered in the air. The speaker's voice was dry like wood and stone, sounding like 2 pieces of flint colliding with each other. His eyes were full of disdain and cruelty. Brother Whitebone, the blood demon, has been in the blood demon battlefield a lot. Let's go in and meet him first and learn about the situation inside. Then we can discuss the plan to kill the blood evil beasts. There was another person right next to the black-robed man. His robe was purple, and there was an abstract drum embroidered on his chest. Just like the drum, his body was extremely short, and his round belly was like a huge millstone. The black-robed man waved his sleeves. Soundwave, I will leave the task of finding the blood demon to you. I don't have the time for that. My goal is the blood evil stone. As for the plan, I don't need it. The short man with the big belly was indeed one of the 108 ghost warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. He forced a laugh, since the Whitebone ghost warrior was one of the 3 most powerful ones among all the ghost warriors. He had always been arrogant, and it would be impossible for him to discuss the plan. So he said helplessly, "All right then, go in." With both of his hands behind his back, the Whitebone ghost warrior lightly flew into the blood-red swirl, and the Soundwave ghost warrior followed. No one on the island could recognize them. Shocking sky. There was no day or night, and the inside was filled with amazing colors at all times. These different colors were clearly separated from each other and did not interfere with each other. Water is both hard and soft. When it is hard, it can break through mountains and drown the land. When it is soft, it flows without a sound. This is the limit of the poetic perspective of water. Soaking in the water Yuan Qi, Yi Qin closed his eyes and tried to feel the mysteries of the water Yuan Qi. From time to time, he would throw out a sword attack, simulating the things he had learned. The sword attack he had thrown out seemed normal, but once it was infused into the water Yuan Qi, it immediately brought up a huge wave. A long torrent of water shot out directly, wreaking havoc everywhere. The torrent slowed down and suddenly turned into a small stream, flowing without a sound. A peaceful and gentle poetic perspective rose up. 2 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 3 days. After 3 days, Yi Chun took out his greenwood sword. He shook his wrist, and the bright blue sword light was warm like water. It was like a clear spring, but also like a flood. Rumble. All of the water Yuan Qi in the area exploded under the influence of the sword light. Every single one of those water drops could kill an early astral reaching realm warrior. The concept of water has finally reached the limit. Who? Slowly letting out a long breath, Yi Qin opened his eyes. In the past, his eyes were sharp, but now there was a hint of gentleness in them. It was like a diamond that had lost its edges and corners, or a gem that had lost its extravagance. returning to its original simplicity. I wonder how powerful the green lotus sword art would be when I combine the extreme water mentality and wood mentality. With the same set of sword skills, the stronger the concept, the more powerful the sword skill would be. Now, Yi Chen had comprehended the concept of water and the concept of wood to the limit. If he took another step forward, it would surpass the scope of the concept. Even he couldn't estimate the power of the combination. Green Lotus Mountain splits. The water yuan qi was separated, and a massive green lotus-shaped sword light was thrown out. Right then, all of the water yuan qi in the area seemed to be a bit messed up. Buzz! A horrifying sword intent spread out like a tornado, spreading out at an extreme speed. It was something that Yi Chen had not expected. Completed sword intent. The sword light sliced open the river-like water yuan qi and the metal yuan qi that was connected to the water yuan qi. Yi Chen turned a blind eye to it, as all of his attention was focused on the changes of the sword intent. After absorbing a huge amount of sword-shaped plants, Yi Chen's sword intent had stopped at around 97%, while the completed sword intent was 99%. Do not underestimate this little bit of difference. According to normal progress, it would take at least 1.5 years, or at most dozens of years, for Yi Chen to reach the completed sword intent. Yi Chen had a feeling that no matter how many sword-shaped plants he had, he would not be able to reach the completed sword intent that easily. He would be able to reach 98% at most, which would be very close to the completed sword intent. After all, once the sword intent was completed, it would already be the limit. Judging on power, the completed sword intent would not be as powerful as the completed sword intent. It would just be a little more experience and comprehension, which would allow him to reach the next level. There is a misty long sword in the middle of my eyebrows. It is extremely surreal. The soul ocean was the place where the soul power resided. Yi Chen had almost noticed the abnormality in there within a second. He was a bit surprised, as he had never heard of anything like this happening to the completed sword intent. Was it inevitable, or was it just a coincidence? Or did it have something to do with the Battle King's sword intent, especially the immortal mentality? After thinking for a long time, Yi Chen still couldn't figure it out. Only at this moment did he realize how lacking his own knowledge was. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Sky Cloud Sect was merely an 8th grade sect at its peak, and the strongest among them were astral-reaching experts. They themselves didn't know many things and couldn't compare to a 7th grade sect with a profound background, not to mention a 6th grade sect with thousands of years of history. Living in such an environment, the things Yi Chen knew were limited, and the high-level knowledge was even more of a blur to his eyes. Before the completed sword intent, its might wasn't inferior to other people's completed sword intent. Now that my sword intent has reached completion, its might has completely surpassed the scope of the completed sword intent. Yi Chen didn't think about the things he couldn't figure out anymore. He only knew that because of his comprehension of the mentality, his sword intent had naturally broken through the shackles and rushed into a whole new realm. If he could contend against extreme astral-reaching experts before, then the current him wouldn't need to be afraid of any extreme astral-reaching expert. He had a premonition that the abnormality in his soul ocean was his opportunity, a sign that he was ahead of others. Blood Demon Battlefield Mass Burial Mound. Haha, White Robe Blade Artist, you've been here for so long, but you still haven't taken care of a single blood evil beast. It seems like you're not worthy of your reputation. Shin Tujue blew away the incoming blood evil beast with one palm attack as he mocked the White Robe Blade Artist. The White Robe Blade Artist frowned. Although he was the first one to arrive at the Blood Demon Battlefield, the blood evil beasts inside would gather at the mass burial mound after slaughtering human experts. There were rarely any of them alone. With his power, dealing with one blood evil beast was already a bit difficult, not to mention 2 or more. Hurricane Cut. Being mocked by others was always a bit annoying. The white robe blade artist activated his Jinyuan and threw out a blade attack towards the blood evil beast's thin, earthworm-like body. Shoo! Shoo! The air vibrated, and the blood evil beast's body was split into 3 parts. Only by taking out the blood evil stone can the blood evil beast not recover. The white robe blade artist squinted his eyes as he waved his long blade in a crisscross pattern. A triangular hole suddenly appeared on the blood evil beast's body. The powerful blade Qi sliced through that triangular blood shadow, revealing a fist-sized blood-red stone. Shoo! Using his left hand, the blood-red stone landed in the white robe blade artist's hand. Finally got a blood evil stone. The white robe blade artist let out a breath. Speaking of which, he had to thank the other extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Without them, he would have been attacked by all the blood evil beasts. Hee, it is only one blood evil beast. Let me take care of it. Shin Tujua's body was covered with a dark purple light. Invisibly, the white robe blade artist and the rest of the people seemed to see a shadow on his body. They saw Shin Tujua make a grabbing gesture in the air, grabbing the middle part of the blood evil beast's body. Break! Zhan Yuan exploded, and a small part of the blood evil beast's body was ripped off by Shin Tujua. There was a blood evil stone inside. Martial spirit. The core master of the Fire Spirit Martial School, Qi Jingyan, yelled out. It is not a complete martial spirit. It is just a prototype. The core master of the Heartless Martial School, Pei Yudao, took a deep breath and said slowly, Martial spirit embryo. Indeed. The white bone ghost warrior had a serious look on his face. It was said that sword artists had sword intent, and blade artists had blade intent. Among all the warriors, they would stand out from the rest. However, there was a balance in everything. When anyone reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to form their own martial spirit. The so-called martial spirit was the embodiment of the martial intent, while the sword intent was the sword intent. Obviously, the sword intent and the martial spirit were not equal existences. Once the sword artist trained the sword intent to completion and reached the Sea of Souls realm, the sword intent would transform into the sword spirit, and only then would the sword spirit and the martial spirit be equal. In other words, in order to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior, one would have to have enough martial intent or sword intent. Normally, the martial intent would not be able to compete with the sword intent because of its fragmentation. But when the martial intent was extremely condensed, it would have the tendency to turn into the martial spirit, which would be the prototype of the martial spirit, which would be more powerful than the completed sword intent. Although the attacking power of the martial spirit was not as powerful as the sword spirit, the martial spirit could not only amplify the attacking power, but also the defense. This was something that the sword spirit could not compete with. The sword spirit was the embodiment of the attacking power, and it had never changed. Correspondingly, whether it was below the Sea of Souls realm or above, the sword artist represented the attacking power, but the defense was relatively weak. There were always gains and losses, and the sword artist had always been in extreme existence. Of course, the sword spirit was much harder to condense than the martial spirit, and the sword artist would find it harder to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior than the majority of the warriors. The advantages they had in the beginning would become disadvantages when they reached the Sea of Souls realm. Even so, there are still many people who chose to become sword artists, choosing the extreme attacking power. Therefore, many warriors would not refine their martial spirit when they had enough martial intent, but would directly enter the Sea of Souls realm and comprehend the sword intent. During the Sea of Souls realm, they would refine the sword intent into the sword spirit. This kind of method had a certain degree of danger, and not everyone could catch up to the top. This Shin Tujua has actually condensed his martial intent to such a degree. Seems like he's not far from breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. White Bone Ghost General was well aware of the terror of the martial spirit. Even if it was just the prototype of the martial spirit, its irresistible martial intent was not something an ordinary extreme astral-reaching expert could contend against. After all, before the martial intent condensed into the prototype of the martial spirit, its effects were rather scattered and could not be reflected in the slightest. On the other hand, the sword intent condensed into the shape of a sword, concentrating its power at a single point, allowing it to be utilized at an early stage. The blade intent was the same. With this blood evil stone, my martial intent will become even more powerful. Refining the martial intent into the martial spirit might not be an impossible matter. Holding the blood evil stone, Shen Tujue laughed heartily. Chapter 350. Pei Yudao frowned. There were also strong and weak extreme astral reaching realm warriors. Before coming here, he did not think anyone could be his opponent, since all of his martial arts were top-rank Earth realm, and he had trained them to a very high level. His sword intent had also reached perfection without any flaws, which was the true extreme astral reaching realm. Who would have thought that Shin Tujue had already formed a martial spirit before reaching the Sea of Souls realm? Although it was not complete, it was still in its embryonic form. It seems like that blood evil stone from the auction 5 years ago had given Shin Tujue quite a lot. Pei Yudao slowly let out a breath, his expression relaxing. Even if Shen Tujue had formed his martial spirit, he would not be afraid, since battles were not one-sided. Taking out his long sword, Pei Yudao found an opportunity and slashed out. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, sharp flashes crisscrossed. At this moment, besides Shen Tujue, no one could tell how many sword attacks Pei Yudao had thrown out. Even with the advantage of his martial spirit, Shen Tujue could only barely tell. The details were a bit blurry. The flashes disappeared, and the blood evil beast that had just jumped out of the ground was sliced into pieces. The middle piece quickly disintegrated, revealing the blood evil stone inside. Impressive. No wonder Pei Yudao has the title of the #1 astral reaching realm warrior in the whole South Rudra region. Far away from the mass grave, some powerful astral reaching realm warriors were secretly shocked, knowing that they would not have the slightest bit of power to resist under Pei Yudao's sword attack. Rock Heart Cut, Iron Bone Godly Claw, Gold Rock, and White Bone Ghost General did not want to be left behind, both performing their ace attacks. The thin layer that isolated the shocking sky was cracked open, and a rich and pure yuan qi flow leaked out in all directions. As soon as it touched the air, it quickly became chaotic and violent, shattering the clouds in the sky. With a shoo, Yichen flew out along the direction of the yuan qi flow. Right now, I am at the top in every aspect. The only thing I am lacking is my own cultivation. Unfortunately, if I want to reach the peak level from mid-astral reaching realm, I would need at least dozens of earth astral pellets. After all, when I was only one step away from the peak level early astral reaching realm, I had already used up 2 earth astral pellets. That alchemist could only make 10 pellets a year, so I bought the remaining 5. It wasn't that Yi Chun hadn't thought of buying better pills or spirit grasses than the earthly astral pill, but unfortunately these things were extremely rare and couldn't be bought with spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have prepared them when he was in the Martial City's trading hall. In any case, he had a lot of spirit stones with him. Forget it. It's better to cultivate on your own. Elixirs can only be found by luck. There's no need to rush. Yi Qin, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. His cultivation base was not that powerful, but he could spend 10 times the effort to improve his martial arts and mentality as well as his sword intent. Plus, with his current power, he was already at the peak of the astral reaching realm. The most important thing was to maintain a good mentality. Let's go check out the Bloodstone Islands. I wonder what kind of secrets that blood evil beast has. I can't let go of the blood demon and the blood sword artist either. Shoo! His shadow flashed continuously as Yi Chen's speed reached 3 times the speed of sound. The news about the blood evil beast appearing in the Bloodstone Islands had spread out in the whole South Rudra region at an unimaginable speed. Although a lot of astral reaching realm warriors did not dare to have any ideas about the blood evil beast, they would not let go of the blood evil stone in the area where the beast lived. Especially the powerful warriors from all the martial institutions. They valued the blood evil stone even more, since it was a treasure that could increase one's mental power. Chi Hua, the headmaster, and the others will take care of the blood evil beast. Our target is the blood evil stone. If we run into any weaker astral reaching realm warriors, you will take care of them. On one of the islands, a group of people wearing red robes appeared. They all had the symbol of the Fire Spirit Palace on their clothes. The leader said to the handsome teenager next to him. The handsome teenager's eyebrows were like blades as he said confidently, "Second Master, don't worry. Below the late astral reaching realm, I, Yen Chihua, am not afraid of anyone." The leader was an elder in his 60s. He was very confident about Yen Chihua's power. In the 2 years after the Hidden Dragon rank competition, Yen Chihua had been training even harder. Finally, he had managed to reach the astral reaching realm half a year ago. As one of the rank 6 martial institutions, the Fire Spirit Palace did not lack pellets that could increase cultivation. With these pellets, Yen Chihua had reached the peak level of early astral reaching realm from early astral reaching realm in just 1 week. Added with his cross-realm battling power, no one below the late astral reaching realm would be able to beat him. Second Master, it is not like you do not know about Chihua's power. If he is able to join the Hidden Dragon rank competition again, Sikong Shang and Yi Qin would not be able to get the first place easily. An inner master from the Fire Spirit Palace said with a loud voice. Yen Chihua tightened his fist and thought to himself, "Sikong Shang, Yi Qin, wait for me." On the 3rd island, next to them, people from the Heartless Martial School had also arrived. Li Daoxian, who was wearing blue robes, had a long sword on his waist. His aura was getting colder and colder. Wherever he looked, the astral reaching realm warriors there would have a strong reaction, as if there was a sword with a cold light pointing right at them, killing their minds. What a powerful sword intent. It should be at least 90%, right? He is indeed a rare martial genius of the Heartless Martial School. Without any surprises, there will be another sea of Soul's realm warrior in the Heartless Martial School in the near future. Yeah, Li Daoxuan's talent is without a doubt, but the legendary Yi Qin seems to be even more powerful. He is the most powerful young sword artist in the past 1,000 years in the whole South Rudra region. Not necessarily. All martial geniuses do not want to lose. Perhaps Li Daoxian has already reached Yi Qin, or even surpassed him. Everyone was discussing. Li Daoxian sighed. It was all thanks to Yi Qin that his sword intent could increase this fast. In his heart, he hoped that Yi Qin could become even more powerful, so that he would have the motivation to keep chasing after him. Focusing his eyes, Li Daoxian noticed the young girl in the distance. It was Bing Ling from the Ice Extreme Martial School. Bing Ling was also a peak-level early astral reaching realm warrior right now, and there was no doubt that she would not be able to reach that level. The purpose of the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank was to motivate people. Under other people's motivations, people would usually be able to make breakthroughs faster. If there were not many martial geniuses in the whole South Rudra region, and they did not have that much talent, then it would mean that the whole South Rudra region was weak. Only competition would provide the motivation. A peaceful environment would always make people relax. And in the era of martial geniuses, relaxation would only mean falling behind. Only by continuously becoming more powerful could one maintain their position. No one would want to leave the stage in the dark. It seems like I will not be lonely anymore. Li Daoxian did not dare to underestimate Bing Ling. Falling behind for a while did not mean falling behind forever. The top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rank were all martial geniuses of the same level. On the east side of the island, People from the sky-flying Devil Martial School are here. Indeed, Mo Yen is already a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior. What? Murong Qingqing's cultivation is only at the mid-astral-reaching realm? How is this possible? All of the astral-reaching realm warriors on the island could not believe their own eyes. They all gasped, trying their best to open their eyes. Wearing purple robes and a light veil on her face, Murong Qingqing walked behind the second core master. Mo Yen, who was usually the head disciple, was half a step behind Murong Qingqing. Vaguely, there was a trace of jealousy and evil light in his eyes. If Yi Chen were here, he would be able to tell that Mo Yan's temperament had changed a little bit. What Xikong Shang? What Yi Chen? They were all surpassed by Qingqing in the end. And I, one day, will surpass Qingqing and make her my woman. Mo Yen sneered in his mind. After the hidden dragon rank competitions had ended, he had worked harder than anyone else, even to the point of torturing himself. What he could not understand was that Murong Qingqing had reached the early astral reaching realm with a crazy speed, and then from the early astral reaching realm to the mid-astral reaching realm. It had shocked the whole sky-flying Devil Martial School, and she had taken away the glory that belonged to him. Somehow, something in his heart had been broken. He swore that he would take back what belonged to him sooner or later with interest. Qingqing, how confident are you in beating Yi Chen? The second core master of the sky, flying Devil Martial School, somehow thought of Yi Chen, so he asked. Murong Qingqing's voice was light, not even 10%. Qingqing, you are too humble. You have trained your sky demon great art to the 13th realm. Why do you have to boost the others' morale and lower your own? Hearing Yi Chen's name, Mo Yen could not help but say, my instinct has always been very sharp. He will not stay where he is, waiting for me to surpass him. Murong Qingqing did not think that she was more talented than Xikong Sheng and Yan Qihua. Being able to train her sky demon great art from the 10th realm to the 13th realm was all thanks to the sky demon flower and the mysterious power contained in it. Once the martial art reached a higher realm, the speed of cultivation would be unimaginable, especially since the mysterious power contained in the sky demon flower could increase cultivation as well, since it was made from the blood of the ancient demon king. And what kind of cultivation did the ancient demon king have? They were all life and death realm warriors. So how could they not have the mysterious power to increase their cultivation? The second core master of the Sky Demon Martial School shook his head with a smile. He was just like Mo Yen, thinking that Murong Qingqing was just being humble. Everyone in the Sky Demon Martial School knew about Murong Qingqing's personality. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, and would never give up. Sometimes he felt that Murong Qingqing was very scary, as she did not have any mental weakness. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. She knew that the second master and Mo Yen would not believe her, but she really did not have the confidence to win against Yi Chen. Yi Chen's horrifying power was something she knew better than anyone else. If her mind was already close to perfection, then Yi Chen's mind had reached a level where he would not be affected by anything. Of course, it was only in the astral reaching realm, where the mind of a life and death realm warrior would definitely be more powerful than them. Let's go in. The second master took a step forward, leading everyone into the blood-red swirl. Meanwhile, people from the other islands had also entered. All the rank 6 martial institutions, people had been sent out, so they must have included the blood-evil beast in their plan. There should not be too much danger. After half a day, a beam of blue light flashed past, landing on the nearest island. There are a lot less people. Yi Chen frowned. In his sight, there were only a few astral-reaching realm warriors on the island, 90% less than before. Taking out his great sword and wearing it on his waist, Yi Chen did not think too much. His body flashed once and disappeared, jumping into the blood-red swirl. Chapter 351. 1,000 miles away from the mass grave, near a transportation door, a human figure appeared out of nowhere. Let's go check out the mass grave first. Flying into the sky, Yichen looked around and soon found a reference point. His Zhen Yuan exploded, and his whole body turned into a beam of blue light, disappearing from where he was standing. 1,000 miles took less than 15 minutes to travel. When Yi Chen was less than 10 miles away from the mass grave, he pushed his soul power and spread it out in a fan shape. 1, 2, 5 extreme astral reaching realm warriors. That person's clothes have the symbol of the floating mountain martial school. He should be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior from the floating mountain martial school. Yi Chen's soul power was already very powerful. With the increase of his cultivation, the scanning range of his soul power was getting wider and wider. If he were to scan in one direction, 10 miles would not be a problem at all. Even the slightest movement would be captured by his mind. It seems a bit different. There is a huge amount of power of nothingness gathered on his body. It is the will power which is different from the sword intent. Frowning, Yi Chen could deeply feel the power of Shin Tujue's will power. Others might not know that I killed Taoist Jin Huang, but he should know. To the Hanging Mountain, Taoist Jin Huang isn't a big deal. What's important is face. They won't let the murderer live. If word got out, how could they keep their face? Yi Chen did not need to guess. The possibility of him reconciling with the floating mountain martial school was almost zero. On the other side of the road, Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon were flying at a moderate speed. Extreme astral reaching realm warriors would not care about the blood evil stone. Our opponents are people who are below the extreme astral reaching realm. Master Blood Demon said. Blood Sword said coldly, "Just kill them." Killing is for sure, but it would be best not to touch the rank 6 martial schools, unless we can kill all the evidence. Master Blood Demon was not arrogant enough to challenge a rank 6 martial school. Not to mention him, even the elders of the 9 Ghost cult would not dare to challenge a rank 6 martial school. Of course, it would only be temporary. 2 hours later, the two arrived at the edge of the mass grave. With a single glance, Master Blood Demon saw Whitebone, who was wearing a black robe. That year, the 9 Evil cult had 108 great ghost generals, but in the end, only 30% of them survived. Among those who survived were the 3 strongest ghost generals of the 9 Evil cult, and Whitebone was one of them. Although Whitebone Ghost General won't let me have the Blood Evil Stone. With him around, it's almost certain that I'll get the Blood Evil Companion Stone. Master Blood Demon revealed a faint look of joy. His gaze subconsciously shifted. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Chen several miles to his left. It's him. Blood Sword also noticed Yi Chen and sneered, seeking his own death. It's not up to him anymore. Whoosh! A blood mark flashed in the air as Blood Sword dashed towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Master Blood Demon was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he followed Blood Sword Artist. Blood Sword Art. Taking out his long sword from its scabbard, Blood Sword threw a sword attack towards Yi Chen from hundreds of meters away. Yi Chen had already noticed Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were cold, as if he was looking at 2 dead men. A dark blue sword light shot out from his scabbard. Chin. The air vibrated as Blood Sword's sword light was shattered. Die. Master Blood Demon held his blood-red stick with both of his hands, performing his major blood demon body, separating great art. With a sweep of his stick, the air in front of him was sucked out, creating a vacuum world. The misty long sword in my soul should be a sword intent. I just happened to not have anyone to test it on. Holding the dark blue long sword in his right hand, it was a mid-rank thunder attributed great sword. Yi Chen had given it a name, Thunderlock. The Thunderlock sword was extremely compatible with the Thunder mentality. When he threw out a sword attack, it was no longer a sword, but a Thunderlight, including Master Blood Demon and Blood Sword Artist. Pop! Thunder Flash! Master Blood Demon was blown back with a horrified expression. His tiger palm holding the stick had been shaken to the point of numbness, and streams of blood flowed down. Blood Sword was not any better. He could only see the thunder light in front of him, and an immortal had shattered his sword intent, affecting his protective Zhen Yuan. Pooh! His sword intent shattered, and Blood Sword puked out a blood arrow. Completed sword intent. No, it is a sword spirit embryo. Blood Sword could not believe it. Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at mid-astral reaching realm. So how could his sword intent be this powerful? Moreover, it had reached the stage of condensing sword spirit. It should be known that sword spirit was much harder to condense than martial spirit. Many people might not even be able to successfully condense sword spirit after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. Condensing sword spirit was several times harder than condensing martial spirit. Correspondingly, once one managed to condense sword spirit, even if it was just a sword spirit embryo, its attacking power would reach a whole new level. Damn it! Retreat! Blood Sword was shocked and angry at the same time. It had only been a few days, but Yi Chen's power had already completely surpassed them. Thinking of what Yi Chen had said in the mass grave, an intense hatred rose up in his heart. Anyone who offended him, Blood Sword, would not be able to live in peace. This kid, he had to kill him and his whole family. Otherwise, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Retreat! Master Blood Demon was terrified. Everyone called him a demon. But in his eyes, Yi Chen was even more frightening than a demon. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Only by escaping to White Bone's vicinity would he be able to gather a few people's power and kill Yi Chen together. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chen aimed at the two's escape route and performed his sky-shattering clouds. Pop! 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 Thunder light exploded in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. One after another, small mountains cracked open, and the insides were scorched black. Brother White Bone, save me! Pushing his Genuine to its limit, Master Blood Demon took a deep breath and sent a message to White Bone, who was miles away. White Bone turned his head, suspiciously. Someone is chasing after Master Blood Demon. It is a young man. Master Blood Demon, come to me. I will make sure you are safe. White Bone made a face, not taking Yi Chen seriously at all. After getting the reply, Master Blood Demon felt a bit better. He said to Blood Sword, "This kid will not live for long. Don't worry. You and I will retreat to a safe area first." He did not care about Blood Sword's life or death. If he could join the 9 ghost cults camp, then it would be great. Top astral reaching realm warriors were not that common in the South Rudra region. Plus, with Blood Sword's talent, it would not be impossible for him to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the future. All right, Blood Sword could guess what Master Blood Demon was thinking. He hesitated a bit, but eventually agreed. After reaching his level, the biggest hope was to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Being alone, there would be a limit to what he could do. This time, with the appearance of the Blood Evil Beast, if he could get enough Blood Evil Stones, it would be very useful for him. He might even be able to form a sword spirit. Green Lotus Sky. Green Lotus accumulation. Putting the Thunder Sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen took out his greenwood sword and waved it in the air. The air seemed to have been frozen, as countless green lotuses appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. Open for me. Boom! The two attacked a certain spot together, opening up a gap. Swoosh! Before they could get out of the range of the sword attacks, a fist-sized green lotus shot over, carrying a powerful sword intent. It was unbelievably fast as it pierced through Blood Sword's shoulder. Blood splashed out from his back as Blood Sword screamed, "You dare to hurt me? From now on, I will kill all of your family members. Do you really think you can leave this place alive? Today, the mass grave will be your burial ground." Green Lotus Chi transmutation. Sensing the power of the sword intent, Yi Chen did not perform his ace attacks anymore. Instead, he performed the basic sword movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. As he threw out a sword attack, a huge green lotus appeared in front of him. The lotus opened up, shooting out countless blue sword chi, like a porcupine shooting out its spikes. Shoo! 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 The sword chi was like rain, spreading out in the surreal space, blocking all of the two's escape routes. Ding! Dang! Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon waved their weapons, blocking out the dense sword chi. Pooh! Pooh! These sword chi were not normal sword chi, but sword chi condensed with a powerful sword intent. Each attack contained an unimaginable power as well as an indestructible willpower. Blood Sword's right arm felt numb for a while, as his right arm had been cut off by a sword chi. The pain made his face pale. Master Blood Demon used his Blood Demon clone to block in front of him, helping him remove some of the sword chi. With their cooperation, there were also some sword wounds on his body, making him bleed profusely. Green Lotus Mountain. The sword rain had just passed when a huge green lotus-imprinted sword light tore open the surreal space, shooting out from above. The horrifying sword intent pierced through the surreal space. What a powerful sword intent! At the critical moment, a 10-meter-long bone claw blocked in front of the sword light. Kacha! The bone claw was full of cracks, shattering in all directions. Metal mentality. There is another special mentality which is very tenacious. Seeing the bone claw blocking the sword light, Yi Chun frowned slightly. Apart from the metal mentality, there was another mentality on the bone claw, which was as tenacious as bones, containing a life force. A black shadow flashed, and white bone appeared in front of Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. He looked at Yi Chun with interest. Interesting. You have already condensed a sword soul embryo at such a young age. Unfortunately, your cultivation is a bit lacking. I have a pellet here. Swallow it, and I will spare your life. Shadow explosion. Yi Chin ignored White Bone's appearance, and his body exploded in all directions. Countless shadows rushed out like a flood, drowning the three within. The sword light flashed. Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon's heads flew up, their eyes wide open. The two had just let out a sigh of relief when they died, completely. White Bone reached out his huge hand, tearing apart a huge number of shadows. The remaining shadows merged into one, which was hundreds of meters away from White Bone. With a gloomy look in his eyes, White Bone looked at Blood Demon and Master Blood Demon's heads and said, "You have missed your chance to live." Putting the greenwood sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun said indifferently, "Your power is far from enough." Seeking death, White Bone opened his mouth and roared. Both of his hands tore through the air, and dozens of white claw lights shot out. They were both heavy and light at the same time. Taking out the destruction sword, Yi Chun performed the fast mentality, shattering all of the incoming claw lights. Following the sword aura, Yi Chun rushed toward White Bone. He threw out a sword attack that seemed fast but was actually slow. He switched from fast mentality to slow mentality without any pause in the middle. What? White Bone backed out hurriedly. During the process, his body shone with a white light, and a white bone armor made of genuine appeared on his body, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. Crack! The broken light shot out, and the speed of the Ghost General's retreat increased drastically. Chapter 352. Fast Four Swords. After the first sword, the next three swords were like lightning, each faster and heavier than the last. By the time of the last sword, Yi Chen's sword aura had accumulated to the limit. Like a river that had opened its floodgates, it poured down and heavily chopped on White Bone's chest. Puff! Even though he had condensed a layer of Zhan Yuan armor outside his body, with a mid-grade defensive armor inside, White Bone still spurted out a mouthful of blood. His chest seemed to have been pierced through. Piercing through a small hill, White Bone's face was aghast. Was there such a fast sword art? After being hit by one sword, the next 3 were all solid, leaving him no chance to escape. Who is this guy? He actually suppressed an extreme astral reaching expert to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. He seems quite young, around 20 years old, wearing blue clothes. If my guess is correct, it should be Yi Qin. Yi Qin? The most powerful genius in 1,000 years of Hidden Dragon list. The one who opened the Hidden Dragon secret realm. Yi Qin. It's only been 2 years. How can his battle power be so powerful? The commotion caused by the battle between the two was huge. All the astral reaching experts within dozens of li were attracted, especially the experts from the 6 great grade 6 sections. It's him. Yan Qihua's expression froze. In his line of sight, Yi Qin, dressed in blue clothes, had his left hand on his scabbard while his right hand was pointing the longsword. His pupils were as gentle as water, emitting a cold light. His body didn't move, but a sky-piercing sword aura locked onto White Bone, who was several li away. Why? Why is he progressing faster than me? Yan Qihua was extremely unconvinced. He thought that Yi Qin would at most reach the peak of early astral reaching realm, and even if he was more powerful than him, it would be limited. However, in these 2 years, not only had his cultivation base reached the peak of early astral reaching realm, his blade intent had also reached 80%, and his 9 twist fire spirit art had also reached the 8th transformation. In the floating mountain, no expert below late astral reaching realm would be his opponent. Who would have thought that not only would Yi Qin's cultivation base surpass his battle power would also be dozens of times more powerful. He could even suppress an extreme astral reaching realm expert. It should be known that there were only about 5 extreme astral reaching realm experts in the South Rudra region, and including those hidden in the dark, there wouldn't be more than 10. Meanwhile, Yan Qihua was still 4 levels away from the extreme astral reaching realm, namely late astral reaching realm, powerful astral reaching realm, peak astral reaching realm, and extreme astral reaching realm. Each level was not that easy to reach. Therefore, Yan Qihua was unconvinced. How could Yi Qin become an extreme astral reaching realm expert in one fell swoop? He must have had a great adventure, unable to find a reason to convince himself. Yan Qihua subconsciously thought that Yi Qin had succeeded because of a great adventure. Indeed, no wonder Sikong Sheng did not stay in the South Rudra region any longer. He waited until he became the king of the young generation before leaving. It was because he knew that he could not win against Yi Qin. Only by making a breakthrough in another region would he come back and challenge Yi Qin. The king of the young generation in the South Rudra region would not change for the next 5 years. Li Daoxian tightened his left hand on the sword hilt. Li Daoxian let out a breath, and the battle intent on his body dissipated. Only his fighting spirit was burning brighter and brighter. Sai, the second core elder of the Heartless Martial School side. Although he was the core elder of the Heartless Martial School, he had to admit that no one in the young generation could compete with Yi Qin. This kind of situation had not happened for hundreds of years. So many top geniuses were suppressed by an even more powerful genius, losing their splendor. Sensing Li Daoxuan's fighting spirit, he smiled. Perhaps this was also a good thing. In the young generation that had grown up with Xianhou, the lowest achievement was the Sea of Soul realm, while the highest had also entered the Life and Death realm. There was an insurmountable mountain, which was a lifelong challenge for the young generation. The timid ones did not even have the qualifications to look up to the mountain. Only the brave ones could surpass themselves. Her whole body was shrouded in cold qi. Bingling's skin was as white as snow, and her black pupils were like 10,000 years old ice. There was no change in her expression, as if Yi Chen's power was already within her expectations. Therefore, she was not surprised, nor was she shaken. Her heart was crystal clear. Continue to be powerful. I will chase after you. Standing on the bloody mountain peak, Bing Ling's temperament seemed exceptionally cold. Pa! The ground cracked, and Mo Yan's whole body froze. He unconsciously rubbed the hard rock, which was corroded into powder by Zhen Yuan. Mo Yan, the second core elder of the sky, flying demon, sect, reminded him. Mo Yan woke up with a start, second elder. The second elder said, a momentary lead does not mean a lifetime lead. Maintain your own heart. I know. Mo Yan said so, but he felt extremely sullen inwardly. His originally natural standing posture suddenly tensed up, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. How could the second elder not hear the insincerity in Mo Yan's words? He smiled bitterly and shifted his gaze to Morong Qingqing. Before entering the blood demon battlefield, she said that she had no 10% chance. Could it be that she had met Yi Chen before? After all, who would have thought that Yi Chen could contend against extreme astral-reaching experts? It should be known that Morong Qingqing's battle strength was equivalent to a powerful astral-reaching expert, and was close to peak astral-reaching experts. Not even 10% chance. In the end, Morong Qingqing had underestimated Yi Chen. In fact, she had guessed that Yi Chen's battle strength was equal to hers, and her chances of victory were not more than 10%. This was where Yi Chen's strength lay, not to mention that their battle strength was equal. Even in a disadvantageous situation, he had the power to reverse the situation. Not to mention that his battle strength had reached the limits of astral-reaching realm. Rumble! The mountain peak exploded, and Whitebone rushed out. I'll make you pay the price. The black robe on Whitebone's body was tattered, and a surging white aura soared into the horizon, tearing apart the bloody clouds. The air around the destruction sword fiercely twisted, and the cold sword light flickered. Yi Chen said indifferently, Do you think there's any meaning in saying these words now? As a sword artist, Yi Chen had never lacked confidence. If he couldn't defeat his opponent at the same level, it would be his failure. What was the point of defeating the weak with the strong? The 4 sword strikes just now were nothing profound. They were merely 4 quick sword strikes linked together. One less sword strike would not reach its peak, and one more would be superfluous, turning the sword aura from strong to weak. Whitebone cage. With a cold voice, Whitebone rapidly formed seals with both hands. Following the changes of the seals, the surrounding yuan qi of the heaven and earth rapidly fluctuated. Incorporeal ripples radiated in all directions, collapsing the nearby bloody mountains and spreading cracks everywhere. Clang! In the void, countless white bones formed a huge white bone cage. Each bone was as thick as a person's waist, circulating with a cold white light. At the same time, 2 mentalities pervaded the air. One was the mentality of metal, and the other was an extremely tenacious mentality. This mentality was Whitebone's unique bone mentality. Human bones were not inanimate objects and had the unique ability to slowly strengthen. Therefore, once the white bone cage was formed, it would only become more and more tenacious, becoming indestructible. Thus, Yi Chen was trapped within. Chapter 353. It seems to be the remnant of the 9 ghost cult, White Bone Ghost General. How did he come to the Blood Demon battlefield? The Blood Demon battlefield is a chaotic place, and it is also at the border of the South Rudra region. White Bone Ghost General daring to appear here in broad daylight is understandable. It would have been fine if Whitebone Ghost General didn't use his ace attacks, but once he did, that unique bone mentality and Whitebone cage would be too eye-catching. It would be hard not to know his identity. Some of the knowledgeable people recognized Whitebone Ghost General at a glance, and the people beside them also understood after being reminded. Should we surround and kill him? After killing the White Bone Ghost General, you'll be able to obtain a huge reward from the 6 great sects, including a powerful martial art. Are you crazy? Don't you see that the other 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors haven't made a move yet? Without them, White Bone Ghost General could easily escape. If he escapes, don't even think about having a good life in the future. The 6 great sects won't protect your family. You're right. Moreover, for extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, the blood evil stones are more important. Wait until all the blood evil beasts are killed, then they will make a move. I don't want to be the first one. Some of the people who were tempted immediately dispelled their impulsive thoughts, feeling a lingering fear. So, it is White Bone Ghost General. Shen Tujue squinted his eyes. Back then, White Bone Ghost General had killed a lot of people from the floating Mountain Martial School. Logically speaking, he should have made a move without hesitation. However, the blood evil beasts only appeared once in dozens of years. After this, he didn't know when he would be able to obtain enough blood evil stones. Therefore, compared to the blood evil stones, killing White Bone Ghost General could be put aside for a while. Then, his gaze landed on Yi Qin and sneered. This kid was indeed a threat. He was only 20 years old, but he was already an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. If he was allowed to continue growing, no one in the South Rudra region would be able to stop him. Humph! I'll let you live a little longer. When I make my move, it will be the day of your death. Shin Tujue tightened his fist and threw out an attack. That powerful fist power contained an indestructible martial will, blowing apart the blood evil beast in front of him. Unlike Shen Tujue, the Heartless Martial School's headmaster, Pei Yudao, had his eyes fixed on Yi Qin the whole time. Strange. His sword intent is obviously not complete, but it has the trend of condensing a sword spirit. No, this sword intent is similar to the natural Chasm Gorge's sword intent, containing the same profound of immortality. Could this be the biggest reason for him to condense his martial spirit earlier? Pei Yudao was very confused. Without the complete sword intent, it should be impossible to condense a sword spirit, even if it was just the embryonic form of a sword spirit. However, Yi Qin had done it. The sword spirit itself is not that different. They are both the embodiment of the sword will. Only the Battle King 500 years ago had created a completely different kind of sword spirit, which was immortal and indestructible. With one sword strike, the powerful sword intent had existed in the gorge for 500 years, making him one of the top 3 sword artists in the history of the true spirit continent. The first 2 were sword artists from the ancient era, while the other was the number 1 sword artist in the medieval era. To be able to be on the same level as them, it was enough to prove the Battle King's achievement in the sword art. Unfortunately, after that battle 500 years ago, no one knows where the Battle King had gone, or whether he was dead or alive. Pei Yudao looked at Yi Qin with a bright light in his eyes. Crack! Crack! The white bone cage was formed at an extremely fast speed. Once it was formed, it started to shrink. The sound of bones squeezing against each other could be heard continuously, which was extremely ear-piercing. Ting! The sword light shot out, and a waist-thick white bone appeared with a deep sword mark. Bone chips flew everywhere. So hard! Yi Qin was shocked. Although that sword attack just now was just a normal sword attack. Under the infusion of sword intent, even a peak astral-reaching expert would be heavily wounded. But a white bone condensed from Zhanyuan had blocked it. How could he not be shocked? White Bone Ghost General laughed. Give up struggling. If your cultivation base were a bit higher, you might be able to break through the white bone cage. Unfortunately, you're only a mid-astral reaching expert. Relying on the quality of Jinyuan, you have such battle power. However, the gap between realms isn't that easy to make up for. Peak late astral reaching experts, Jinyuan output far exceeds mid-astral reaching experts. The difference in realms was not only the difference in the quality and quantity of Jinyuan, but also in many details. For example, the output of Jinyuan. If a late astral reaching expert could output 10 units of Jinyuan in a split second, then a mid-astral reaching expert could output 8 to 9 units at most. White Bone Ghost General's cultivation base had long since reached the peak late astral reaching realm. Under his all-out Jinyuan output, he could create a huge white bone cage. If an ordinary mid-astral reaching expert or even late astral reaching expert were to be trapped inside, they wouldn't even be able to come out within 2 to 4 hours, unless White Bone stopped his Jinyuan output. Not necessarily. Bang! One of the white bones was covered in cracks, seeming to be on the verge of collapse. What? White Bone Ghost General almost bit the tip of his tongue. The speed at which his 2 hands formed seals increased, and the abundant Jinyuan passed through the seals, adding to the white bone cage in a strange way. The white bone cage shrunk smaller and smaller, eventually maintaining a width of 5 meters. Putting the destruction sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen held the greenwood sword in his hand. The greenwood sword was compatible with the green lotus sword arts, complementing each other. As the sword slashed out, a green radiance pervaded the air, and a huge green lotus was imprinted on the cold sword light. With a thunderous momentum, it heavily slashed at a certain point on the white bone cage. Kacha! This point seemed to be the weak point of the white bone cage. Finger-thick cracks rapidly spread out, and the place where the force was applied even bulged outwards. You can't break through the white bone cage. Die! White Bone Ghost General's 10 fingers cracked open and blood spurted out. The speed of Jinyuan output suddenly doubled, and in about 3 breaths' time, his 10 fingers pressed together, letting out a small explosive sound as he roared, "White bone piercing spikes!" Puff, 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 puff. Several meters long bone spikes appeared in the white bone cage. Some were long, some were short, some were thick, and some were thin. Some were straight like spears, some were curved like blades. Some had forks at the front, and some even produced violent explosions, sending tiny bone spikes flying in all directions. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. Explode. Being in the middle of the white bone cage, no matter how fast Yi Chen's sword speed was, it would be impossible for him to block out all the attacks coming from all directions. He was not in a hurry at all. The greenwood sword circled around his body, and countless green lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses expanded, and countless sword chi blossomed, welcoming the attacks coming from all directions. If the storm was extremely noisy, then the sound of Yi Chen blocking out the bone spikes was dozens of times louder than the storm. The concentrated sound of the spikes spread out, and if it were a normal person, even just hearing the sound would make their heart speed up, and they would die on the spot. Green Lotus accumulation. Shrinking his soul power into a 5-meter radius, Yi Chen quickly found a huge flaw while blocking out the bone spikes. This flaw existed at the same time as the white bone cage's attack, and was the side effect of the Jinyuan change. Of course, if the White Bone Ghost General did not attack Yi Chen within 3 or 4 sword attacks, Yi Chen would still be able to break out of the cage. Cutting down the incoming bone spikes, Yi Chen stabbed his sword into the white bone. A dot of blue light lit up on the tip of the sword, and a green lotus rapidly expanded from that. It forcibly broke the white bone cage and exploded, shooting out towards the White Bone Ghost General, who was hundreds of meters away. Chin! The shock wave spread out, and the White Bone Ghost General's seal formation was forcibly broken. The white bone cage shattered by itself, turning into Jinyuan and normal natural Yuan Qi, disappearing into the surreal space. After breaking out of the cage, Yi Chen did not even think before performing the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts, the Green Lotus sprouting, which was also his most powerful sword movement. The sword light crisscrossed, incomparably powerful. The White Bone Ghost General had the thought of retreating. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Today, he finally understood the terror of the number 1 genius of South Rudra region. If he didn't retreat, he would very likely be injured if the battle dragged on. In the eyes of numerous astral-reaching experts, he would definitely be the target to be rewarded. He had no choice but to consider it. Using killing moves one after another, the White Bone Ghost General counteracted the sword light. Not good. The sword light was shattered and turned into an even more powerful sword light. Caught off guard, the white bone armor on White Bone's body exploded. The mid-rank defensive great armor neutralized a part of the power, and the rest of the power poured into his body. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the White Bone Ghost General had at least 4 or 5 of his ribs broken, and one of them had pierced into his internal organs. Even the slightest movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain. Towering green lotus. The green lotus germination was just a part of the process. The second half of the green lotus Geisor was the essence of the 8th style. The sword beam shone brightly like a towering tree, devouring White Bone. It rushed into the mountain a mile away and quickly took root. From afar, the gigantic sword beam looked like a towering tree, and White Bone was at the roots of the tree, looking extremely pathetic. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices as he shattered the sword light. Just as he was about to rush out of the mountain, a blood light suddenly flickered, and a slender blood shadow pierced through the Ghost General's head. By the time the slender blood shadow left, the Ghost General had already turned into a dried corpse without any signs of life. The Ghost General of a generation was ultimately killed by the blood evil beast. It could not be denied that it was an irony. Huff! Letting out a breath, Yi Chun relaxed his taut nerves. The White Bone Ghost General was different from the blood demon. He was a veteran extreme astral-reaching expert. Even if his battle power had greatly increased and he didn't fear any extreme astral-reaching expert, killing the White Bone Ghost General would still be a very difficult task. After killing the White Bone Ghost General, the color of the blood evil beast became increasingly rich. It unexpectedly swept towards Yi Chin, its wriggling body streaking through the air without a single air-piercing sound. Die. At this moment, Yi Chin didn't fear the blood evil beast at all. Without retreating or dodging, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Puff! The sword light cleaved open the blood evil beast's body. However, the blood evil beast's recovery power was even higher than the blood demon's, and it soon recovered to its original state. Yi Chin was already mentally prepared. The 7th style of the Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Sky, froze the blood evil beast's body. Countless green lotuses turned into sword chi, cutting the blood evil beast into nothingness. Pata! A blood-red stone fell off. Yi Chen could see the extraordinariness of the stone, so he tried to absorb it. Little bastard, you don't have the qualifications to obtain the blood evil stone. Leave it to me, Shen Tujue. A huge hand burning with Zhan Yuan pierced through the air, grabbing the blood evil stone before retreating. It was precisely Shen Tujue who had seized the opportunity.